for the first day, first half. I welcome all of you. And first of all, please give a big round of applause for the 20 years of excellence of Bharati Vidyapit deemed to be University, School of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology. I feel very glad to welcome to all of you to our second Alumni Conference titled From Education to Professional Excellence, Alumni-led National Conference in Audiology and Speech Language Pathology. It is truly inspiring to see many familiar faces and new energy all in one room. Today it is not just about lectures and all these 2 days, it's about a shared journey. The transition from the classrooms where we learn the basics of audiology and SLP to the clinics and centers where we are now making the real life impact. Before we dive into our first session, let's get a quick pulse of a room. How many of you are currently balancing full-time clinical and a bit of research? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, so this gives a perfect base to our first lecture, our first keynote address by Dr. Vaneja ma'am. So often we think that research and practice are two separate islands. But we study research to pass the exams and we practice it to treat the patients. But the magic happens in the loop, how our clinical challenges inform our new studies and how those studies in turn refine our patient care. To lead us to this vital connection, we are immensely honored to have us with a true pillar of our fraternity. She is one of our most senior and respected ASLP, a mentor to many, and a powerhouse of knowledge. Please join me with very warm welcome of Dr. C.S. Vaneja ma'am as she delivers the keynote address titled Research Practice Loop, Translating Research into the Clinical Practice and Practice into Research. This is the intro slides of ma'am, but as we know, these intro slides are very much smaller than what ma'am has taught all of us. So ma'am, please, I welcome you on the dais.
Good morning, everybody. It's really an honor, I can say, for me to come here for this conference because, like all of you know, it's a pleasure for me to be here for two reasons. One, it is the 20th year of School of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology, which was founded in 2006. So we have to start with a pranams to our founder chancellor, Dr. Patangrao Kadam, who initiated this college, who started the college, and all the university officials who really made it happen. Okay, and I joined this in college in 2007. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of 2007, but I have a pic of 2009 where we had only these many faculty. This is faculty plus admin staff is what it is. And when I joined, there are only 4 pillars of ASLP. That is Dr. Aarti Vaknis, Dr. Sharda Sarda, Mrs. Tambe, and Dr. Namita Joshi. They were the only 4 people who were there as ASLPs, with Dr. Belsare as in-charge principal. And of course, we had our admin staff, Patil, Swati, and other people. Okay, and by the time I was here till 2024 December, and by the time I left, we had a bigger group. And now I know it has grown much more also. So a lot of memories come into my mind. It's like a kaleidoscope. I have lots of pleasant memories which run into say how we started building this place, and like I'm fortunate to be one of the persons who was here for the formative years. So it gives us a lot of pride to say how we built this institute into this category. And now the present principal, Dr. Aarti Vaknis, and the team are taking it to a higher level with the more and more colors into this. So I'm really happy and proud of this. Okay, and the second reason I'm happy is because it is a conference led by our alumni. And as a teacher, what we want is, we do not want students to just go out with a degree. We want them to excel. We want them to excel in whatever they choose to do. It may be clinics, it may be research, it may be academics. Whatever they want to do, we want them to excel. So I'm really happy that we have a conference now which is led by the alumni. And all of you remember, I think 2 years back, we started this concept and we had a alumni conference. We said by the alumni for the alumni. So it was only attended by the alumni. But now it's gone one step ahead where it is by the alumni for all ASLPs. So that makes us even more proud. So today morning, actually, I was sitting and looking into the pictures of different batches. So I have a picture of few batches of starting from 2006. It's in random order. I think Ashwini Kunjir collected this sometime back when I wanted, 3 or 4 years back, she collected this. So you can see many of our students who were so young now are actually a leading professional now, and they are the resource persons for this conference. That really gives me a lot of pleasure. I mean, that is what a teacher will always ask for. Anything that we want our students to be doing something better than what we are doing is what we always want. So I'm really happy and proud about that. So congratulations to Dr. Aarti Waknis and team and Mr. Shahid Sheikh and team for this organization. Okay, that is the college group and the alumni group both need a big clap. I think everybody can clap for them to say it. Okay, so now coming to the keynote address, like Mr. Sahil rightly put it, saying that we always think of researchers and clinicians as two islands. Is there a connection between research and clinician? So do clinicians really need to be a part of research work, or do they only need to read what happens in research, is what we always think. And this is, I'm starting with a very, very old statement where sometime in 1984, that is 40 years back, there was a statement which said that many clinicians view research with skepticism. Because one reason is that they say that many of the research methodologies are not applicable clinically. And then some of the research findings, when you look into it, you say, it cannot be really applied to our clinics. So because of that, many people think that, okay, research is not for us. And as ASLP, we are all clinicians. But clinicians and researchers are many times considered as like two different islands, like I said, two different species. So researchers are only people who are in an academic institute or in a research lab doing research as to what needs to be done. And I'm a clinician, I can't really do that. And many times I've also heard clinicians saying when it is a ISHACon or something, okay, there is nothing for clinicians in ISHACon, is the statement I've heard many times. I've also heard statements like saying, oh, je kai sangta te karu nahi shakta. So that was one statement. I really heard it for, I mean, truthfully, it was for my own lecture. I overheard somebody saying that. So what I want to say is that it is not really true. So we all know that we have one group of researchers, and this is the Gemini 3.1 version, did this picture for me when I said a researcher, audiologist doing research. And then we have a group of clinicians who say that they are doing only clinical work. Okay? So, but what we really want to say is that the two are really related. Don't you all agree? Because all of you, I'm sure, agree that research and clinical practice is connected because clinical practice depends on research. But is there an other way connection? Is what I want to stress today is that there is both way connection. It is not that your clinical practice is enhanced by research. Research is also enhanced by the clinical findings. During your clinical findings, whatever you find, that will actually enhance the research findings. Okay? So to start with, like, all of us as ASLPs are clinicians, whether we are an academician, researcher, all that comes last. Our profession is that we are clinicians. So now if you want to be in clinics now, if you want to run a good clinic, what is it that we need? We always say that, okay, we should have good ethical practice, should have practice with good scientific evidence, and there should be proper documentation, good quality services, and then there has to be evidence-based practice, because scientific integrity comes from evidence-based practice, right? All of us now, the buzzword now is evidence-based practice. Everybody says, okay, are you doing evidence-based practice? Do you have the certification, dash, dash, dash? Now, people look into not just the degree and postgraduate degree, now they say how many certifications you have, is what people look into, okay? Now, what actually constitutes evidence-based practice? Like all of you know, evidence-based practice is based on the scientific evidence. Then comes your clinical expertise, and then comes the patient or the observer's role. Okay, so what really is feasible for them? So putting all these three together is what is a good evidence-based practice. Just the scientific evidence cannot really make it as a good evidence-based practice. So what I want to stress here is your clinical expertise and the patient or the caregiver perspective. That is also important, and that part of it can be contributed only by clinicians. Okay, scientific evidence as to what needs to be done, which is the better stimuli for recording auditory brainstem response, or what therapy will work for somebody will initially with a theoretical part can be done by scientists. Whereas if you want to add in the clinical experience, clinical expertise, then it has to come from the clinicians, right? So we all know that there are scientific evidence, there are different levels of scientific evidence if you go by evidence-based practice. So we have starting from your clinical expertise to meta-analysis and systematic review. So systematic review and meta-analysis has the highest form of evidence. That is the highest level of evidence we can say in the hierarchy. But what I want you also to see is that you do have cohort studies. Below that we have case control studies, case series, case reports. So now all these can be contributed by clinicians also. You don't have to be a pure researcher to contribute into all these. Yes, if you have to do a randomized control study, then it is difficult. Okay, in your clinics doing everything and doing a randomized clinical control, randomized control study is going to be difficult, but rest of it can be done by clinicians also. Okay, and based on these things, now we can also classify this research into two types. One is we say basic research and translational research. So basic research is where you find out like what gene is responsible for like you say dash 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 gene will code for this protein. Okay, or if there is a mutation of this gene that causes hearing loss. So that is going to be your basic research. Whereas your applied research or the translational research is how are we going to use this? So can there be a gene therapy which can be applied? Or if you take in terms of your auditory brainstem response, for example, the stimuli you're generating. You generate a chirp stimuli, you generate a tone burst stimuli. So generation of that saying that this can elicit a response from the auditory nervous system. That becomes a basic science discovery. Whereas your translation research would be how do I use chirp to elicit patients' responses? Will it really help me in identifying sloping hearing loss? Will it really help me in finding out different configuration of hearing loss? All that comes into your translational research. So we do have basic science as well as translational research, and what we actually look into when I look into clinicians part of is translational research. So most of the time, if you have seen Bharati Vidyapeeth, when we do research, we do look into what can be applied clinically, but then a basic research is also required. And basic research, of course, requires a good research setup, so it cannot be done everywhere by everybody in this thing. Okay, so translation research, like I said, will convert your system, your basic scientific discoveries into practical and clinical application. Okay, it's most often is described as bench to bedside in the medical terms. So, or I can say in audiology terms, it is from lab to clinics. Okay, and the basic goal here is to ensure that the theoretical discoveries move beyond academic journals. So it is not for articles. So you don't do your research only to publish in an article and it will say in that article and like, okay, my name gets said so many times, I get cited so many times, so I have 800 citation, I have 1000 citation. That doesn't take me anywhere. Okay, I'll be happy if whatever I've done, if it is used by other people and then they find it useful for patients and the patient's quality of care, what we give to the patient care, what we give, if that improves, then we will be happy. So, okay, so we do translational research to make sure that there is diagnostic tools are implemented, therapeutic tools are implemented in clinics, and that can be used by all clinicians. Now, this translation can happen only if clinicians are involved, right? So all of you agree that when you're doing clinical practice, you have to look into what research evidence is there and then take these things, right? So generally you have research, so based on the research you have new tools developed, and these new tools will improve the quality of services. So now can everybody apply all the tools in their clinics? What do we really require? What does a clinician require to apply these tools? So most often I say one is you require a skill, meaning you should know how to do a particular test, right? If you're not trained in doing a particular test, then you will not be able to do it. That's the reason you have so many certifications now. At our times, we would learn it by ourselves, all these things. So, but anyway, the skill is required. And then most important is you should have the determination that I want to do this. And you should have time, of course. And some of these things will also involve money, because you are spending your time that involves money, or you may have to buy some instruments, may have to buy some tools that involves money. So you have to plan everything properly. Okay? And of course, you should have access to all these things, because when tests are developed, you need to make sure that the tests are really available to all clinicians. So at Bharati Vidyapeeth, we always made sure that whatever is developed can be used by other clinicians also. So most of the academic institutes now are making these things accessible. So now, what I generally say is, for the clinician, if you are a clinician, what is important for you is that you should have the determination and planning. That is why I've put it in blue. So if you have determination and if you can plan well, then rest of the things will automatically come. You can manage rest of the things. It is not impossible to have rest of the things. So, okay, and when you have all these also, will you accept all research discovery into your clinical thing? No, you'll not accept all research evidence into your clinical practice, right? Because you will always look into whether it really improves the quality care. Will it really improve the patient care is what you will look into. And then you'll see whether it is time efficient. If I develop a test which takes one full day to test, then nobody will want to use the test, right? So it has to be as fast as possible and giving the best result. And it has to be, of course, cost effective, because when you are running your clinic, you have to look into that also. Cost benefit analysis is also important. Only if these three are there, then you will really practice it, or you'll use the research evidence into your clinics and make it into your everyday thing. But we also know that there's so many researchers that happens, and then some of the things just fades off. So for example, I always quote from my own thing where we had this mismatch negativity. And when it started in 1990s, mismatch negativity was a big thing. So at Aish, we did a lot of research on mismatch negativity. But then ultimately, it didn't really come into clinics, because I only found that it does not really give me a difference when I test a patient. It was giving me a significant difference when I test two groups of people. But when I test an individual patient, it was not really giving me a significant difference. So that really doesn't help me in using it clinically. So then we said, okay, people did not use it clinically. So similarly, I think you must have heard of multi-frequency tympanometry also. So multi-frequency tympanometry was there for one time, and then slowly it faded off. Now we have acoustic absorbance, or the wideband tympanometry, which is coming into picture. We need to see how well it will be accepted. Whereas the tympanometry, the 226 Hertz tympanometry has withstood the test so far, because we've always found something useful, and it is simple to do, but it is always useful and helpful in doing it. So sometimes what happens is, there are many times I've seen clinicians like buy these instruments. Like I know like a good practitioner in Pune starting to buy, okay, I bought a Realia measuring instrument because I want to see whether it will help me. Or I bought this instrument because I want to see whether it will really help me in testing. But then sometimes you buy an instrument, you start using it, and then you will stop in between. So what happens in the process? The problem I have, or we have, is that that does not get documented. That just goes as a conversation, but it does not really get documented completely. So we do not really explore why is something not really being used in clinics. What prevents this being used in the clinics? And that feedback has to be given by the clinician. As a researcher, when a researcher develops something, when a researcher develops a protocol, the researcher will always think, of course, there will also be a bias by the researcher, where they will think that, okay, whatever I develop is the best thing, or whatever I've done, okay, that is really good. But then somebody else will use it, and somebody else has to say why it is not really useful. So what really is the problem? So that needs to be documented. And a lot of times that becomes just a loose talk as to, oh, I didn't really find it useful, so I'm not using it. Or that doesn't help me, so I'm not using this in clinics. I cannot do it with everyday patients. When I have 10 patients waiting in a day, I cannot be doing these things. So when you have these kind of things, what I say is that why can't clinicians document and say, okay, why was something not used? Why is it, what is the problem with it? then maybe we can come up with a solution to see what else can be done. So if something is very long and you cannot use it, then can we make a short form of it? So to do that part of it, we need a feedback from the clinician. So we need a systematic documentation for that. And that is where we are lacking, we can say. It's not just in India, all over the world, actually, we are lacking in that part of it. Okay. So now we all know that clinical practice change with advance in technology and advances in research, like I've been saying. So more we develop something, then our clinical practice becomes better. Now we do need data, white papers for this, or done by the companies, or we do have data for these published articles, which are all from the Western countries, right? We do not have too many Indian studies to say something is useful, something is not useful. We all depend on international journals. Yes, it's good to refer, but then all publications by other people we look into and then say, or Max, okay, we'll adapt this into our language, is what we will say later. Okay? So now all of us know that the population of India is really huge, right? And our patient load is much, much more than what is there elsewhere. So the number of patients you see in the cardiology, speech language pathology clinic is definitely more than what is seen elsewhere in the world. So now the only problem is that it is not getting documented properly. So what we need to do is document it properly. How do you really document? You require a little modification I would suggest to all clinicians is that you follow your own protocol. I'm not saying that whatever was taught to you in college, that needs to be used 100%. Because when you start practicing, you find out what is best for you, what works out best for your clinics, for your clients, and then you use it. But then do it in a systematic way. Have your own protocol. So you can say protocol by dash, 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 and then, but do it in a systematic way. And you document those results. Okay? So if you do that, then I say that all clinicians have something to provide information for research. Okay? They can, some levels of evidence can be given by all. Clinicians can do all studies. I'm not saying that you cannot do a RCT. You can also do an RCT. But I'm saying everybody will have case control studies, case CDs, case reports. Remember, every case from the time you are in your bachelor's, all teachers will tell you that you learn from every case you see, right? That is the reason in bachelor's, all academic courses have, programs have a clinical conference in your final year where you're presenting a case and trying to see what you learned from that case and what others can learn from that case. And you must, if you go back into your bachelor's day and you think, you must be remembering that initially when you say you have to present a case, you'll always wonder, oh, I don't have a case to present. What do I do? What do I present? And then you start looking into what patients you have seen, and then you really get something, and at the end of the thing, when you present it in the clinical conference, you really know that there was so much more learning in it. So you put into your thoughts as to what is there in the research, what did you find in this patient, maybe you couldn't do something or you could do something better. So there is so much to learn from each patient. So now similarly, if I say that, and your student days, if you're finding that, when you're working every day in your clinics, I'm sure there will be hundreds of patients who are telling you something, right? So you need to document that. And why do you need to document that? You need to document it, one, because not just because I'm saying, okay, yeah, definitely you publish a case, you get your name into it and say so-and-so published this article, that is there. It is not just that, it is also something you're giving it to the community. So if you have seen a patient and something is found useful for that patient, then somebody else can also use that, right? So it is helping the public actually. It is not just helping you or your friend, it is helping the public because you found that dash treatment is helpful in these kind of patients. So somebody else can also try that, or they can improve on that and do more. So we are lacking on that part of it because we don't really publish. So a lot of times we also tried, even at Misha level, we tried initially this case report or case presentations. It didn't happen initially. Now I think it's happening, so I'm happy about that part of it. So similarly, even in the present conference, I see clinicians presenting papers. So again, I'm happy about that part of it. So I want the same thing, just go one step ahead and then start publishing it. So when I'm talking of publishing here, I know publishing also is a lot of thing where you require a lot of time to publish, and to do a study systematically, you may or put it on paper, you may think that it requires a lot of time, but you do have a lot of means to do it. You have AI which can help you in finding out your review. Of course, if you're using AI, use it with caution and learn how to use it before you start using it. Don't just put a keyword in the Gemini and then start using it. But you can use it carefully. Then you have access to a lot of things. You have access to planning also. And then you also have a lot of journals which can publish. And then it need not be like a highly rated Scopus Index journal, which Q1 journal, which will publish with dash, dash, dash dollars of money. You don't have to go in for that. There are so many other journals in which you can publish. But then you start doing it, then you start spreading your information. You are learning from each other when you do that. I think. Okay, so like I said, control studies require very optimum protocols or design things. So if you want to do control studies, you need to be very careful in when you're doing it. Whereas other things, case reports and other things can be done automatically, okay? And I always say that the translational research will fail if clinicians are not involved in it. So translational research, most often people talk of 4 steps in it. One is the basic science with the fundamental discoveries, like I was telling you, finding out a gene is responsible for something, or finding out a stimuli can be used to elicit autoacoustic emission or an auditory brainstem response. That will be like your fundamental basic science. And then that gets translated to humans. So that is, you record in a normal hearing individuals to say whether or not typically developing individuals we get and how do we, what information do we get from that. And then later that transferred into the patient. So can we really diagnose a patient using that, or how does it help in assessment, or how does it help in management? Okay, so then once it starts helping in diagnosis and management, it becomes an everyday clinical practice thing. So your T2 and T3 cannot happen without clinicians. So right now what happens is even the T2, T3 happens in academic institutes where we all have a clinic in all academic institutes, so we do it in academic institutes. But what I want is all independent practitioners also to be involved in T2 and T3. So then I think we will have more evidence and better practices in ASLP. I think. Okay, so what I want to say is that translational research is not one single event, it is a loop. Okay, so you have laboratory discoveries. These laboratory discoveries become clinical practice. And when you start doing it in clinical practice, you have clinical observation. So this clinical observation, basically here what I look into is what challenges are faced by clinicians. Okay, so that is something which is very, very individualistic. No researcher can get that part of it. Challenges faced in the clinic cannot be really ascertained by any researchers. Okay, we may assume and say, okay, this may be the problem. But actually what happens is individualistic, and it may vary from one clinic to another clinic. It may vary depending on whether you're working in a rural area, whether you're working in an urban area, or what kind of patients are you seeing. So there's so many n number of factors which will affect these challenges. So now if you document those challenges, then we can actually tune in to say what can be done to improve that. So that becomes again a feedback for your laboratory services. Okay, so you are using clinical evidence or research evidence to clinical practice. At the same time, you also need to use clinical evidence into research is what I want to say. Okay. So what do we really need to put this transfer practice into the research? We have the same thing. It's the same slide actually what I put earlier. I've just changed the title of it. Okay, so you require the same thing. You should have the skill, determination, time, money, and access. And again, what I say is that your determination and planning is what is more important. So only if you have that, then you can really do something. And I want everybody to be developed, or everybody to develop that and start putting something into the research. Okay. So all of us believe in evidence-based practice, but I want everybody also to believe in practice-based evidence. Okay. So If you do that, all clinicians should follow evidence-based practice and contribute evidence from their clinical practice. Then that will really improve quality of services to all patients. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for forming a bridge between the two islands that were the practice and research. Now I would like to invite Aarti ma'am to felicitate Vaneja ma'am. Please, ma'am. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am, for your enthusiastic talk. This was a perfect beginning for the Alumni Conference. Now, moving forward, we have a brief company symposium by Labat Asia. From Labat Asia, there is Mr. Tarlochan Dave. He is a self-driven, responsible, and a visionary leader who positivity, integrity, and work ethic from the foundation of Labat Asia's success. A first-generation entrepreneur with nearly 4 decades of experience in healthcare and medical equipment industry, he brings unmatched expertise in business development and customer relationship management. His deep understanding of industry fundamentals coupled with commitment to excellence has shaped Labat Asia into a trusted name in hearing diagnostic technology. Beyond business, Mr. Dev is deeply passionate about environmental conservation, actively leading tree plantation drives, encouraging sustainable practices, and promoting physical and mental awareness. A cycling enthusiast and advocate of healthy living, he leads by example in promoting fitness and balance. As a humanitarian, he also contributes to community welfare by organizing annual blood and organ donation camps every year on his birthday. A Paul Harris Fellow Rotarian, Mr. Dev drives several green initiatives within the workplace to reduce carbon footprint and foster a culture of sustainability. His consistent efforts reflect his belief that true leadership extends beyond business success, creating a positive and lasting social impact. So I would like to welcome Mr. Dev.
A very good morning to you all. Good morning. Thank you, Vanaja ma'am, making my job a bit easier, in fact, because when it comes to the company symposiums, normally people talk about the products, the company, but here what I'm going to talk about is actually helping you, not only you, also the nation, save money. Okay, so the talk is actually going to be around that topic. So first of all, before I start, let me give you few facts. 16 billion US dollars actually is the medical equipment market size of India. So 16 billion meaning 1.5 lakh crore. So 1.5 lakh crore जो अगले 2030 में it is going to be 50 billion US dollar meaning 4.5 lakh crore. So 4.5 lakh crore का medical equipment we are consuming every year. And at the same time we have to be we have the shocking figures that most of the medical devices are at this moment we are highly import dependent and it is being imported into the country. So meaning we are, just imagine how much foreign exchange we are spending every year. I would rather say sometimes even have to say, no, because we are actually, when we are spending the foreign exchange on the medical or anything, we are actually making the country poor. So we have to keep these things in mind, these figures and these facts in mind before I start this talk. So well, when I say be aware, be wise, be compliant, meaning is there any options how we can save the country from this mess or how we can save the country a valuable foreign exchange or we can even help the country to earn the foreign exchange. So this is actually the talk is going to be around more than the company thing. Why we were more dependent on the imported devices? The real question was the imported or the Indian versus imported. So why we were more dependent on that? So context was, we, in fact, the Indian medical equipment, we did not have the trust factor because we were not getting the kind of quality, kind of level of products we actually we want to use in our clinical practice. And that was the very reason that we have to basically pay through our noses and buy these very expensive equipment into the practice. And it was, that is the reason it was not actually being accessible to the masses. Import preference, yes, sometimes we find proud in saying, oh, it is imported. So that could be maybe a smaller factor. And third was the no regulatory framework, because India lacked the regulatory framework. There was no standards being followed up in the manufacturing of the medical devices. अगर मेडिकल डिवाइस के अंदर कोई इंडियन गवर्नमेंट या कहीं रेगुलेटर की तरफ से कोई देर आर नो स्टैंडर्ड्स बीइंग लेड डाउन एंड फॉर द इंडस्ट्री, तो डेफिनेटली बेन अगेन वनाजा मैम जैसे कि उन्होंने कहा एविडेंस बेस्ड प्रैक्टिस. सो अगर इफ देर आर नो एविडेंसेस that these devices are as good as the imported one, so definitely I won't be blaming you guys. It is basically you have the very reason to go for the imported devices. But what has changed now? There's a lot, I would say. Since 2014, some things had started changing, but by the end of mid of 2022, Government of India has actually brought in regulation. When we say regulation, meaning इसके पहले इंडिया के अंदर मेडिकल डिवाइसेस के लिए कोई रेगुलेशन ही नहीं था. Anybody can come and say, oh, I manufacture this. Okay. So after mid of 2022, now there is a regulation, CDSCO, that is a drug control organization, that has that is the organization which regulates this medical equipment industry, and now there are certain standards, and those which are to be followed by all the medical equipment manufacturers. And those standards are not something which you can say it is only Indian. No, it is much more than that. I would say in the world, अगर हम बात करते हैं तो Indian internationally अगर बात करते हैं तो US standards, FDAs, and then EU उसमें CE, and then Singapore standard. तो Singapore is actually the toughest one. तो इंडिया ने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स फॉलो किए, दे आर फॉलोइंग द सिंगापुर मॉडल, एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंगली उन्होंने डिवाइसेस को क्लासेस में डिवाइड किया, क्लास ए टू क्लास डी, एंड उसके हिसाब से उन्होंने दे हैव लेड डाउन. गाइज, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल सिट डाउन बिकॉज इन द एंड इट इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू अ लॉट. So they have laid down the standards as per the Singapore guidelines, and basis that we have now the devices categorized as class A to D depending upon the risk involved. So DA is the least risk involved, and B going like that. So D is the highest risk involved. So we will be talking about class B devices because हमारे जो devices you are using in the hearing care, और चाहे वो ऑडियोलॉजी डायग्नोस्टिक डिवाइसेस हों, चाहे वो आपके थेरेपेटिक डिवाइसेस हों, these all fall under class B. So international standards actually mandatorily there are standards like ISO 13485. You have to be very careful because India is in the transition phase. That is the reason I requested you guys to sit down. We are in the transition phase, and you have to be very, very careful what you buying. If you are buying some Indian devices, you have to be very, very careful whether the company follows these standards, whether the company has the manufacturing license, because manufacturing license हो गया मतलब उसके पास ये 13485 का स्टैंडर्ड आ गया. अब मैं 13485 के ऊपर डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा बिकॉज इट्स ए लॉन्ग थिंग, इट्स गोइंग टू टेक 1.5 आवर्स. बट इसके अंदर इतने सारे स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं जो आप फॉरेन में कहते हो, जैसे कार में आप कहते हो कि भाई मेरी कारें, इतनी सारी कारें रिकॉल करी गई. आई एम श्योर ये चीज़ आप सारे कोरिलेट कर सकते हो. तो कारें रिकॉल कब करते हैं? व्हेन देयर इज ए फैक्ट, देयर इज ए प्रॉब्लम इन द डिवाइस, सो देन दे डिसाइड ओके इस बैच की कारें हैं ऐसे करके. तो सिमिलरली दोज थिंग्स आर, ये छोटी सी बात बता रहा हूँ, देयर लॉट अदर थिंग्स इनटू this ISO 13485. So ISO 13485 is the foundation of any medical equipment manufacturing company anywhere in the world. So second question, it depends आप कितना seriously और कितना accurately इस सिस्टम को अपनी कंपनी के अंदर implement करते हो. उसके बाद आता है, एक तो हो गया आपकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेसेस, दे हैव डिफाइंड कि ऐसे बनाना है अकॉर्डिंग टू ISO 13485। फिर आती है इसकी इलेक्ट्रिकल सेफ्टी टेस्टिंग। जो भी आपके इंपोर्टेड डिवाइसेस हैं वो सारे इसी के थ्रू निकलते हैं, और इंडिया जो रेगुलेटर है उसने भी डिफाइन कर दिया कि आपको ये IEC 60601 एंड थिंग्स लाइक दैट, दैट डिवाइसेस हैव टू गो थ्रू, पास थ्रू दोज टेस्ट, एंड उसके बाद ही आपको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लाइसेंस मिलेगा। And not only that, agar if you don't follow, let us say today we got the manufacturing license and we don't follow the standards, tomorrow because there is annual audit and surveillance, they can come and say your license is being cancelled. So ये इतना टफ इंडिया के लिए हो गया है, एंड उसके आगे फ़ायदे क्या होंगे, विल कम टू दैट। सो ये हमें क्यों फ़ायदा हो, कंप्लायंस डिसीजन आपको डिस्कस हो गया, क्लिनिकल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो गई हैं इसके अंदर, रिस्क डिसीजंस हो गए हैं, पेशेंट सेफ्टी आउटकम्स डेफिनेटली विल बी बेटर। सो व्हाट टू चेक बिफोर यू बाय, मैंने आई थिंक आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू कि वेदर द मैन्युफैक्चरर, पर इसके पहले बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ें हैं कि अब जो चीज़ बताने वाली थी, हाउ इट इज़ गोइंग टू सेव यू मनी, इज़ बेसिकली व्हेन नाउ देयर आर कंपनीज in India, not only, I'm not talking about only audiology company, medical equipment companies, who have actually got the licenses, they have started following these standards, and for the past 3-4 years, I would say there is a substantial change of quality in the quality of devices being produced in India, and they have started putting in the export kitty as well, by earning some foreign exchange, and at the same time, the Indian clinicians also have started trusting the Indian manufactured devices, and they have started saving the money for the foreign exchange for the country and also for themselves. So this is how the company and you as an individual is going to save the money, but only things, make sure that the device is actually at par with the imported one. It will be at par with the imported one only when the company is following these standards, whatever I have just explained to you. So check before you buy Sidesco manufacturing license. There's a Sidesco website. You can even check the company's credentials. You can check whether the company has a license, whether the company has a license under the right category for that particular device or not. And then you are certainly certain once they have the manufacturing license, then you are sure that the company will have ISO 13485. They will have the IEC thing in place, and then definitely the product traceability and trackability will be in places. And NABL, when we say NABL safety testing, that is IEC testing by NABL certified labs. This is, now I will be talking a bit about the company. This is how we started. We started in 2010. I started as a joint venture with an Italian company, which actually eventually was taken over everything by us. And having that kind of benchmarking from the international manufacturer, so it was a bit easy for us to implement all those standards immediately right in the beginning, and that is the reason that we were the very first when we started the company. So we were the very first to get the manufacturing license. So this is in a nutshell. I mean, this is just a journey. 2010 we started, 12 we started the R&D, and for 20 we started launching the product. Today we have a range of products. That's a range of audiometers, a range of evoke potentials. Then we have tympanometer. That is something I think we all can appreciate, that Indian made, 100% Indian made tympanometer. And we have devices for your ECOG and VAM. And all those are, we have the manufacturing license. They are IEC certified, tested by the IEC for the IEC standards. And we are following all the international standards. And these are not only being sold here in India, and they are also being exported. So this is just to give you a look at the devices. I mean, I'll have to run through it fast. So last year, when I say we are exporting also, so we were there in Germany. So we exhibited there. So this is just Ahmedabad Ishakon. So something different. We every year we organize a blood donation. That's a social site. So organize blood donation camps and organ donation pledges. So we already discussed a lot about this. So I'm not taking time. Aish Electrical Lab even tested the devices and given the certificate that they are matching all the expected outputs as per their standards. So this is our facility. Just to, yeah, I'm taking one more minute, but this is very important. When we say 1, 3, or 4, 8, 5, I've traveled to about 45 countries and must have seen number of manufacturing, medical manufacturing device units. The device has to follow a lot of standards. So whenever you get a chance to come to North Side, I invite you all to come to our factory, see it for yourself that the company is religiously following all the international standards. And this is the picture of the, one moment, I show you a small video. Gaurav, kahan hai? It's not working. Somebody, can you play it? Yeah. This is how the manufacturing unit look like, and this is the video of our manufacturing unit. And you can yourself see, if you check your any international company, it will be looking like this only. And the devices, as I told you, meeting all the standards. So you can be very sure when you buy any Indian product manufactured by us. So I can personally guarantee you for that. So you go ahead whenever you have any requirements. This is, and one more thing I would appeal here for the academia. This is the time when Vanaja ma'am said that we lack the studies, local studies. So this is the time when industry and academia has to come forward and join hands, wherein we can have some joint studies, where that way you will not only it will be not only be supporting your studies, but also verifying the quality of products, and then that is actually going to help the Indian medical fraternity and the country. So I actually more concerned about the country. I don't know, that's the reason it always comes from my this thing. So country, when I say country, it is because I always believe, band ho gaya? Ki we have to do something for the for all, not only for you, for the small fraternity, but for the country. So we have some customized solutions also for the bigger chains. So teleaudiology, some other customizations. I'm not going into those details. Now it is only whether we only look for the imported just for the tag, or we go into the details and check if it is really worth and go for the devices, Indian devices, wherein you save not only for you but for the country. So certified devices, choose Labat. Thank you very much. Yes. Not all. There are models which are NOVA integrated. Very good. And when I say NOVA, again we have to move away from, I'm not against NOVA, but again, because when we say NOVA, you don't know how much a manufacturer pays for that kind of database to the HIMSA database, not only once, but every year as well. So if we don't get that kind of numbers here, it is actually difficult for us to keep paying annual fee, recurring fees for that. So basically, when I said customized solutions, if we can move away from NOVA, and we can even, I'm proud that I can give you some customized solutions wherein it can actually give you some alternative to NOVA, and that is how again we can be in the longer run saving again countries' foreign exchange.
We are also looking for the alternatives. We can provide.
If the chains are really big, and then we have the solutions, and we can make some customized solutions. Yes. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dev, for your excellent presentation. Now we will have a quick 5-minute break for a tea, and after that we will be starting with other sessions. And I would like to call the UG and PG students. Please ensure that you have completed your registration, as it is mandatory. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your tea and come back faster so that we can start our all sessions. She is a speech language pathologist and eglotologist at Jahangir Multi Speciality Hospital, Pune, and she has a precious 13 years of experience. So now I will give the dais to the Rachna Parikar.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very, very humbled to be standing here as part of the first batch of this college. Celebrating 20 years today feels very, very nostalgic seeing everyone here. So, a warm welcome to everyone. Thank you to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. And next, I'll move on to welcome our panelists. First up, I would like to invite Mr. Naman Garg. Please come on stage. He is the director and founder of Garg Speech and Hearing Clinic at Ajmer. Please go. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Anshul Agarwal. He's working at Indore and he has his own private practice. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Ramji Pathak. He's the assistant professor at Sri Aurobindo Institute, Indore. And lastly, but not the least, I'd like to invite Ms. Arina Verma. And she's working as a Med SLP at Max Hospital, Delhi. A warm welcome to all of you and thank you so much for taking out time today. So, where is it gone? Okay, my first question to you is think about the time you were celebrating your farewell in college, right? Ending off your degree and then planning your future. Can you think and tell me what thoughts you had from there, what journey you completed, and how did you end up in the practice that you have today?
Hello. At the time of farewell, I was enjoying that time. After I left the college and farewell was over. Yeah. Okay. Farewell was over. Then I thought, what next? So I went my home and according, so I took a market study about how many audiologists are there, working clinics, any setups are there. So I preferably work like there are only 2 or 3 audiologists who are there. So I started our own clinic that time.
Right, thank you. Anshul?
Unfortunately, when we didn't have a farewell because of the COVID, we completed our masters in our COVID. So we started at a very low, small scale. All the plans which we had didn't work out. So we had to plan everything from the starting, from new. We didn't know what the future was. Yeah, but we started from the COVID thing. Then we went ahead, we started, we expanded. Now we are here.
Ramji, please. Can you share your mic? Take it.
जैसा अंशुल बोला ना कि हमारे टाइम पे ना हमें फेयरवेल मिली ही नहीं थी तो सोचने का तो सवाल ही नहीं था हम सोच रहे थे एग्ज़ाम कब हो जाए डेफिनेटली मैं जैसे एक्सीडेंटल ऑडियोलॉजिस्ट हूँ वैसे ही एक्सीडेंटल एकेडमिशियन हूँ बिकॉज हमारा बैच ना बहुत ज़्यादा थोड़ा सा प्रैक्टिकल कि ये क्यों हो रहा है ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है थ्योरी पढ़ाई जा रही है तो क्यों करना है ऐसा इस पे थे बट डेफिनेटली जाऊँ मैंने अप्लाई किया मैंने सोचा देखता हूँ एकेडमिक्स में कैसा करना है शायद हम कनेक्ट रहेंगे शायद सीखते जाएंगे और ज़्यादा प्राइवेट प्रैक्टिस का मुझे पर्सनली फील हुआ कि मैं किसी क्लिनिक पे काम करूं उस समय बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स थी उस समय नहीं था इतना जॉब का वैसा एंड देन आई अप्लाइड फॉर श्री अरविंदो एंड आई ज्वाइन एज एन क्लिनिकल सुपरवाइज़र एंड पहले थोड़ा सा शुरू वो है ना शुरू मजबूरी में किया था पर अब मज़ा आ रहा है तो अभी थोड़ा ठीक है
बढ़िया अरीना हाउ अबाउट यू
So at the last day, I had no clue what I wanted to do. the only thought I had in mind that I just wanted to work in a hospital because I was so fascinated seeing doctors, and I was like, okay, we can also do something there. And I was interested in dysphagia when I was in my master's. So I was talking to my professors, like what to do, where to go. It was very confusing because hospital always felt like it is a very difficult job. Going to a hospital just after finishing master's, we were just very confused. So I was very confused, but I wanted to try hospital. So I explored, I talked to my professors, and that's how I landed in hospital. And I'm so happy that I landed in hospital because the amount of cases I'm seeing is amazing. So I really got what I wanted from the first day itself.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing your journey. Next, I'd like to ask all of you, can you tell us about your role? Of course, I didn't read your CV for a reason. I want you to tell what is it, what responsibilities do you have, what role do you play, what does your daily schedule look like, what population do you work with? Can you share that with us?
Basically, I have multiple of clinics, so I manage mostly. I don't work as a audiologist there. I manages the audiology team and the other finance and everything. So I used to be as a head. So basically, what happens if patients come to clinic and they ask, only Naman sir, I want to see, I want to meet Naman sir. So I will be there only, but I don't see so much of patients.
Okay. And what all services do you provide at your setup?
We provide all services like all audiological, like BERA, um, speech test, audiometry, PTA, impedance, everything. And we also started with the vestibular evaluation. And we have a CIE program also going on. And we have a speech section also there. So we have a team of a speech therapist and psychological everything.
So this is your private practice that you told us about. How about when you visit the hospitals? What is your role there?
Actually, mostly I consult the hospitals. We provide the services over there. We normally I don't visit the hospitals. We hospitals gives us the setup. They just give a room or something like that. We do everything like infrastructure and inside like instruments, and we provide the audiologists everything.
So your team works
Yeah,
there.
team works.
And it's all only audiological in the hospital, or you have speech also?
Some places speech also there.
Okay.
Mostly audiological is there.
Anshul, how about you?
Hello.
So my role as an audiologist has changed over the years. I had started my setup with an ENT. So I was the individual audiologist. There was no one else. So I had to manage everything. Slowly and steadily, we built a team. Now we have a team of 10 or 15 audiologists. I have centers across 4 places in MP. But management is a very big part of my role, but I like to be a part of the audiology team every time, every decision making. We have case discussions. I take patients regularly. I miss that. Sometimes I think I miss doing the audiometry. I miss taking the patient. I miss taking case history. So I do that. We have a setup which includes all the diagnostic tests. We have a very good BERA. We have WEMP. We have P300, MMN, and we have all the tests. We have a vestibular setup also. We are working in CI. We have a very good speech therapy team now. We are expanding our services slowly and steadily, but yes.
Great, thank you. Ramji?
एज एन एकेडमिक्स में मैं जैसे कि मैं एज एन असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर अभी काम कर रहा हूँ, तो एकेडमिक्स में यही है कि आपका ना कुछ भी ड्यूटी डिसाइडेड नहीं होता है. लगभग आपको लगभग ये मान के चलिए आपको सब करना पड़ सकता है. यू नेवर नो, आपको पढ़ाना भी है, आपको पढ़ना भी है, आपको पेशेंट्स भी देखने हैं, आपको जो भी काम जब दिया जाएगा वो आपको करना होता है. बट यही एक थोड़ा सा ब्यूटी है कि कुछ चीज़ों से हम अलग हो जाते हैं अगर मैं प्राइवेट सेटअप्स की तरफ जाऊं, कि मैं लिमिटेड नहीं रह जाता हूं केवल कुछ चीज़ों पे, कि मैं केवल क्लिनिकल पेशेंट्स देख रहा हूं और वो मैं सीखता जाता हूँ, पढ़ा रहा हूँ, और साथ में एसोसिएटेड स्किल्स भी, रिसर्च में भी इन्वॉल्व हो जाते हैं हम अगर हम एकेडमिक्स में हैं। ये एक बेनिफिट रहता है जो मुझे रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कई बार लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा है, कई बार फील होता है सच में, बहुत सारे शायद रिलेट कर पा रहे होंगे बट नहीं बोलते हैं सब तो बट कई बार लगता है कि सच में बहुत अच्छा है, क्योंकि बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है, अलग अलग चीज़ें, सारे टेस्ट परफॉर्म करना, जो भी आप पढ़े हो वो आप एकेडमिक्स में कर पाओगे, बिकॉज आपको स्टूडेंट को सिखाना होता है। जितने भी टेस्ट हैं आपको वहाँ पर पॉपुलेशन ज़्यादा मिलती है, क्योंकि एक हॉस्पिटल सेटअप में मैं काम करता हूँ, प्लस मेडिकल कॉलेज है, सब है, तो पेशेंट लोड काफ़ी रहता है, वेराइटीज़ ऑफ पेशेंट, चाहे वो ऑडियो के हो, चाहे स्पीच के हो, चाहे कॉकलियर इम्प्लांट हो, चाहे बाहा हो, कुछ भी हो, सारे बोन एंकर्ड हेयरिंग एड्स, कुछ भी, सारा जितना भी एक्सपोजर है जो एकेडमिक्स में है वो सब मिलता है। सो ये थोड़ा सा बेनिफिट है जो शायद क्लिनिकल सेटअप से थोड़ा सा अलग होगा, बाकी तो सब सेम ही है।
Okay. Alag, fir Arena, I think you can give us a perspective. Since you're probably majorly the SLP here, and you work in a hospital setup, so can you tell us about your roles?
So my days mostly I'm running. Either I'm talking to doctors, either I'm talking to nurses, I'm talking to other professionals. I'm running between ICUs, I'm running between wards. We are getting multiple referrals from somewhere. So my whole day is running from IPD to OPD. We even do visits outside, so visits. So it's pretty hectic. I'm in constant touch with neurologists, oncologists, getting referrals from there. We are also getting referrals from pediatrics in NICU, neonatal intensive care unit. So we are getting very, very, very good caseload. I'm dealing with multiple cases, complex cases as well. We are also providing services in emergency. Sometimes we get a call from a doctor, so you come and decide whether the patient should be on RT or the patient should be decannulated or the patient should go for tracheostomy. So there are very critical decisions which we have to take, and we need to be very, very upskilled for that. Because if we take a wrong decision, it creates a negative impression in front of doctors, as well as patient's life is also in danger. So the hospital setup is pretty hectic. It's sometimes very mentally challenging. The hours are not fixed. The holidays are not fixed. We have to sometimes run here and there. But it's pretty rewarding, I would say, because I'm dealing with so many variety of cases. So I'm constantly learning everything new in some or the other case.
Wonderful. Nice. Okay, I'll go in a little more specific with questions to you, Naman, now. From neonatal screening programs to advanced vestibular evaluations, you've introduced a lot of cutting-edge services at Ajmer, right? What challenges and what opportunities arose once you started working? And also, can you give us a more realistic perspective as to when you started advocating for services in Ajmer, when you started reaching out to people that we have a clinic set up now, how did you get into the referral system and that?
In Ajmer, when I started with a vestibular evaluation, uh, doctors also have a negligence. They don't prescribe vestibular, they don't refer for the vestibular evaluation. There is a lack of awareness also there, because it's nearby villages are there. No one and third thing is money prospective. It's a
Yeah, costly affair.
costly. And mostly what happened, doctors, I have to go to every doctor, like physicians, ENTs, neuros. They prescribe vestibular evaluation, not in a one go. I have to go, मेरे को बहुत बार बार जाना पड़ रहा था. Every time I used to कि like कल जाना है, परसों जाना है, वापस जाना है, every मतलब after a year they started.
Okay. So it took you almost a year
Yes.
to actually get
Actually.
through. Okay. And what were the key challenges that you encountered during the initial phase of setting up your practice in terms of maybe you didn't have the instruments available, or probably you didn't have the test protocols, or you didn't probably have someone to fall back on. Say today I'm on leave and then I don't have another professional as a locum. So how did you manage that?
In a starting phase, I have so much of difficulties were there. I started with only few audiological setup like PTA and impedance and Bera only. But after day by day, patient load increases, but I was on leave. No professionals were there because every professionals generally in a small town, they don't want to come there.
Regularly.
So what happened? I have to close the clinic, or I have to like for reception. Only on reception they took an appointment. That's it.
Okay. All right. What lessons would you share with the young audiologists about choosing between high volume practice, as in you want to look at numbers, you want to look at money that you're earning, versus a specialized center, as in we're going to look only at this service available specially? What would be your choice and what would you suggest?
I suggest first you do market study. First you should work in a if you want to start with a private practice, you should have a exposure of private practice. Like you should work in a private setup under someone who have a workload. You can understand better there. After that, you can open a private setup because uh, सेंटर खोलना इज नॉट अ इजी टास्क सेंटर खोल कोई भी सकता है उसको हाउ टू मैनेज एंड हाउ टू रन इट इज़ अ बिग थिंग बिकॉज इट्स नॉट कि आप फर्स्ट ईयर में आप सब कुछ चला लोगे इट्स अ 3 fingers रूल फर्स्ट ईयर यू हैव टू गिव सो मच टू द सेंटर सेकेंड ईयर इट विल हाँ ठीक है हो रहा है थर्ड ईयर में यू विल नो दैट सेंटर इज वर्किंग प्रॉपरली और नॉट
Thank you. Thank you. That's a good gist. Okay. Moving on to Anshul. When establishing or expanding services in a clinic, what factors do you prioritize? Patient needs, available technology, financial sustainability, and how do those choices influence your long-term career growth for professionals in ESLP field?
I think all the three factors are very important. The patient needs is something that we should need to look on. Again, as Naman said, the market study, the need of the hour, is there a lack of services which we are providing? So we see, we go, we talk to the doctors, we talk to the patients, we see the area. When expanding, when opening another center in another city, we need to do a proper study. So for example, I started going once a week to a place for 3 years before I opened my setup there, because then I knew that I will have a proper client load, I will have proper referrals so that I can support financially also. I can support the salary of an audiologist of the team. So that we look into. And financial stability is a very important thing that we don't look into. Opening a center is very easy. You decide you want to open a center, you take a portable audiometer and you open it, but it's not easy to manage. And when you scale up, the recurring expenses keep on going. And then you'll have rent is due, your salary is due, you have electricity bill, you have a lot of things. Maintenance of the audiometer, the instruments, it's very costly. So you have to take all of these in account, start in a step-by-step manner, I feel.
Okay, thank you. Managing a clinical team requires balancing administrative responsibilities with patient care. How do you cultivate collaboration and professional growth among your team members? What does leadership look like to you?
So for me, leadership is not about telling my staff what to do, how to do it. I want to give them free hand to take patients individually and then discuss with me if they have any issues. They can always come and discuss. They can always send the picture of an audiogram if not available. We can always discuss the case. It's a team approach. You can't always do everything. You can't expect your staff to do everything. You have to manage, you have to delegate work, you have to collaborate with everyone. It's not about I said something that you have to do this way. It won't work. What's best for them, they have to rise up to the occasion and they have to take the patient themselves, and we are there to discuss and help.
Right, perfect. Clinical practice settings often face evolving patient demographics. So the type of patients you see, the type of pathologies you come across could be changing with time, which is a very good example that COVID taught us. Also, their expectations change given that there is so much access to social media and resources online. Of course, Google Baba is the biggest enemy for us. How do you plan services to remain responsive to these changes? And what advice would you give young professionals about building resilience to the dynamic environment? Changing times, basically.
A lot of things have changed from 2020 when we started the practice. COVID era was there. Patients were scared to come to the clinic. We went into teleaudiology. We went to remote fitting of hearing aids. We started all of that. Patients have started coming back to the clinic now, but there is now AI. They know everything. They search everything. They have various different questions that you don't have the answer to right away. The terminologies have changed a lot. It takes time, but evidence-based practices always help in this. We are doing whatever we're doing. We have standard protocols which we have created in the clinic. A simple otoscopy gives you so much information that is lacking so many places. So it's a small example that we can do evidence-based practice, some research-based practice also, which will help deal with such patients and such questions. And your counseling is very important.
True. So, given that both of you have a clinical practice, I think the takeaway would be study the market, see what scope is available, what is the need that the patients are coming with, and then probably build your infrastructure around that. Once you're settled, then you look in for expansion. Yes? Okay. To the next speaker, how do government-supported programs influence, because you're in an institutional setup and you work with ADIP scheme and those, so how do they influence career opportunities for audiologists compared to a private practice?
Since in private practice, if you are planning to do like you want any government schemes, it is very difficult to deal in private settings because the trust of patient, you will have to counsel again and again, different sessions. And in institute setup, we have and also since it is medical college, so we have hospital setup in college. So what happens here? Patient trust because they have every facility at one place. Like if they are, and also the two schemes are running. We are running ADP scheme and also RBSK scheme, which they are providing free. In RBSK, they are providing free test, free therapy, free cochlear implant surgery, everything for 1 year. Like 1 year, they are providing free mapping sessions and also speech and language therapy. And ADP scheme, they have some guidelines. I'm not going in detail. I think you must know. So what happens when patients come and you see, you can connect with ENTs and also then you can assess full like pre-audiological evaluation before surgery and also the post-implant therapy you are providing at one place. Now, if I'll go with your question, like career opportunities, if in this academic session related to government scheme, the main thing which happens in institute setup because of these government schemes, like because many people even don't know how much even government is providing for these for these children. Yeah. Nobody knows. There are many schemes. Every state has their own scheme, but we are not aware about that. Like RBSK, different state they are applying this. ADIP, I think everybody knows because ADIP is a scheme which is too much known. Like it is running from central. Even RBSK, they are providing so much. So what happens in when students are learning these things, they can also select path, like they can go to government setups. They can also join, like we have many DDRC, district level rehabilitation centers. We have DEIC, which is early intervention and early screening centers. Nobody is going there. Now what is happening? Everybody is complaining that diplomas are joining there. But you have done BSLP, you have qualification. Why you are not joining? Why? Nobody wants to go. The only thing we are like, as an मैं institute में जब भी पढ़ाता हूँ तो I always say कि complain करना बहुत easy है, बहुत easy है. दूसरा मैं जब नहीं सुनना चाहता कोई. दूसरा जब इसमें मैं academics में join करता हूँ तो मुझे एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी पता चली कि जब मैं उस तरफ बैठता था ना, तब मैं इस तरफ वालों को गलत समझता था.
मेरा अगला सवाल वही था.
हाँ. अब मुझे पता चला कि ना वो गलत थे ना हम गलत थे. वो टाइम ही वैसा होता है जब लगता है ऐसा है। स्टूडेंट्स को हम सोचते हैं वी आर टीचर एंड वी आर टीचिंग, सो वी विल हैव टू से थिंग्स। इफ यू वोंट से, यू वोंट लर्न। It is process. You cannot, like, we'll have to say, we will have to be villain for a better teacher. You cannot be a hero and a better teacher. You cannot. You will have to do. You cannot be favorite. If you are favorite, then you will have to compromise for your ethics. Like, you cannot teach. That's my personal opinion, sole personal opinion. I'm not saying this is universal truth. So selective screening. So career choices में NGOs, हाँ, गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स के थ्रू कुछ NGOs हैं, इवन स्कूल्स में, स्पेशल स्कूल्स में भी है वैकेंसीज, नोबडी इज गोइंग देयर, इवन स्कूल्स आर नॉट अलाउइंग, इवन दे आर नॉट फिलिंग दीज जॉब. सो आई वुड प्रेफर एज अ करियर चॉइस, प्लीज कुछ स्टूडेंट दे शुड चूज एज एन टीचर, दे शुड एकेडमिक्स थोड़ा चूज करना चाहिए. नाउ डेज वी आर फेसिंग वेरी मच प्रॉब्लम रिगार्डिंग दिस. We'll have to search. Even our students are not joining our institute.
Okay, moving on.
They are still with some grudges.
Ramji, this is getting nostalgic now. Let's move on.
They are still, so maybe they have some grudges. But
ना कोई बात नहीं. बाद में, that is for lunch break.
हाँ. So definitely we have different opportunity, like you can join some NGOs, you can join district level rehabilitation centers, you can join district level early identification intervention centers, you can join special schools, you can join everything, every government setups. You have so many career options, so definitely
reach out.
You
Okay, my next question to you, Ramji, don't keep the mic. Since you've done a lot of, I'm sure when you were a student here, you would have seen Bharti works a lot into advocacy. We do a lot of outreach, we do a lot of camps, right? How is it in Indore, and how important do you think it is? How do you impart it to your students there?
We have outreach services, we are providing external postings, we are sending them to some NGOs and Seva Trust and all, and we are also like camps, schemes, RBSK schemes, we are going for different camps. कैंप्स में मतलब मोर ऑफ कैंप्स का ये हो गया है कि डेफिनेटली हमें वहाँ पेशेंट्स मिलते हैं और स्टूडेंट्स को भी अच्छा लगता है. स्टूडेंट को ये समझ में आता है कि हाउ टू डील क्राउड. लाइक व्हाट हैपन्स इज इन दिस क्लिनिकल सेटअप, एक रूम है, वहाँ पर 2 सपोर्टिंग है हमारे लिए, हमारे सीनियर्स भी होते हैं, क्लिनिकल स्टाफ भी होता है, एंड वी हैव वन पेशेंट विच विल हैव टू डील फॉर 30 minutes 40 minutes maybe. But when you are in camps, when you are in outreach service, you will have to deal with so many patients, maybe 20, maybe 200. So that will show how much you know. Otherwise, working in a well-established center, very good odometers, fancy odometers, headphones, and then you are doing your job, and then you are saying, oh, I know things, and with limited resources, because you cannot get everywhere those diagnostic odometer leke, you cannot go with every camp, right? Rural areas and bera leke jana. So definitely students learn from there that how to manage and how to diagnose even with the limited resources.
Yes,
so
especially your case history,
yes.
I think, is very
Yes.
important tool there. Okay. What questions do students typically ask you when they are preparing for their future? Now that you're at the other end of the table, what questions do you encounter?
एक डेफिनेटली अब ना सिनेरियो थोड़ा सा चेंज है ना. स्टूडेंट्स आर नॉट लाइक दैट दे वांट टू चेंज द वर्ल्ड, दे डोंट वांट टू चेंज द वर्ल्ड, दे वांट टू चेंज देमसेल्फ, दे वांट टू अर्न बेटर. I am brutally honest. I am saying, from here also, if you will ask that you want to join academics, if you want to, what they are doing, they are more into how can we earn much. So that's why, now what is problem in academics, maybe comparative salary and those things. So students are ये always ask, sir हम लोग private setup join करें, sir हम लोग companies join कर सकते हैं, sir हम लोग cochlear implant companies, hearing aid companies. So they are going towards there because they are providing you what they actually want. So आई ऑलवेज से कि करियर को मैं एज एन जब मैं एकेडमिक्स में काम करता हूँ तो मैं ऑब्वियस बोलूँगा कि थोड़ा मतलब आप सोचिए, बिकॉज इसमें आपको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा, सब कुछ रहेगा। व्हेन यू आर इन एकेडमिक्स यू विल लर्न, यू विल डू रिसर्च, और पर एट द एंड दे ऑलवेज से कि सर वो फिर से स्टूडेंट वाली लाइफ हो जाएगी, 9 to 4 जाना, वही करना। दे ऑलवेज से कि इट इज़ सेम। सो बट इट्स फाइन, बट सम ऑफ देम आर चूजिंग करियर एज एन लाइक मैं बैठा हूँ, आई वॉज नॉट इन दैट मच सपोर्ट, एवरीबडी नोज हाउ गुड स्टूडेंट आई वॉज नॉट दैट स्टूडेंट, सो even our batch, but nobody was even believing that I have joined academics, seriously.
Okay. Let me take another perspective. Naman, you have something to add?
एक्चुअली राम जी ने कहा कि सबको अर्न करना है, क्लिनिक्स में जाना है, प्राइवेट प्रैक्टिस नहीं, सबका ये नहीं होता है मोटिव, क्योंकि किसी को फ्री लाइफ भी चाहिए होती है कि 9 to 4 की जॉब करे, उसमें भी वहाँ पे भी वर्कलोड बहुत रहता है। ऐसा नहीं है टीचर्स के पास ज़्यादा वर्कलोड है हमारे से, क्योंकि उनको पढ़ाना भी है, उनको डांट भी सुननी है तो डांट लगानी भी है।
सही बात। तो स्टेबिलिटी बेसिकली,
स्टेबिलिटी है बेसिकली। आप टीचर्स जो होते हैं वो रिसर्च के पर्पस से नहीं होते केवल, वहाँ पे एकेडमिक्स में आपको हाँ लर्निंग है, क्लिनिक्स में भी लर्निंग है, दोनों कॉकलियर इम्प्लांट कंपनीज जो है उसमें भी एक अलग तरीके की लर्निंग है कि आपको इम्प्लांट के अंदर आपको इतना कुछ सिखाते हैं कि नॉट इवन अ क्लिनिक और अ कॉलेज यू कुड लर्न दैट,
राइट।
सो एवरी प्लेस हैव ए डिफरेंट थिंग। सो करियर ऑप्शंस बहुत सारे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि कैंप्स के अंदर लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज होते हैं। नाउ डेज देर आर सो मैनी रिसोर्सेज, इवन एट विलेजेस में, हम छोटे विलेजेस में जाएंगे वहाँ पे बहुत अच्छे हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, सेटअप्स हैं वहाँ पे। अभी वीडियो ऑटोस्कोप का आजकल हो गया है, तो सब ज़रूरी नहीं है कि लैपटॉप लेके आप कोई भी जा सकता है, वीडियो ऑटोस्कोपी करेंगे तो उससे सब कुछ दिखता है।
So using technology basically.
Technology is basically fast moving, so
We can move forward. Okay. Moving on. Next, we go on to Arena. Arena, working in a multidisciplinary hospital, you interact with diverse medical teams. How does this collaborative environment influence the role and career trajectory of an SLP compared to working in a standard standalone clinic? Can you tell us? Can you share your mic, Ramji?
Okay, so working in a hospital, I think that is the big thing, that we are in a multidisciplinary setup. I'm in constant touch with all the professionals, and the team approach we actually study in college, which we actually study in masters, we are actually implying that in hospital. So it is a big team. It's neurologists, oncologists, dietitians, occupational therapists. So we need to also keep their perspective in mind when we are taking a decision. So it's not our decision, it's a team decision. If I am choosing one thing, I need to consult other doctors as well. I need to make sure that they are on my team as well. They are happy with my decision. They are okay if I am doing something. So that is a very big challenge which happens in hospital. Also the complexity of cases which we get. No patient is just a simple patient. A patient might have comorbidities, might be aphasic, might be on tracheostomy. So there are so many other things because of which we need to also ask other professionals like what to do. Sometimes we are very lost because medical setup, there are so many terms, medical terms which we are still not aware of and we have not learned them much. So we are going to the hospitals, we are using those terms, we are seeing those terms. So we get lost, we tend to get lost a lot of times. So if we have a good team, I would say if we have good doctors, they are supportive, so it is a very, very, very good journey then. Otherwise, we do get overwhelmed. We need to ask other professionals like what to do, where to do, and that happens in a hospital setup. Clinic, you get caseload, but I don't think so you get a lot of complex cases. And medical setup also, you have to take care of other things as well, like documentation becomes a very big part. You have to monitor your clinical cases. You have to show the doctors as well that, okay, this case is showing progress. You need to build on referrals, which is a very, very big part of hospital. So that happens in a hospital setup compared to a clinical setup.
In a different way, yes. How do you think you're able to incorporate? Now, Vanajam ma'am was speaking so importantly about practicing the evidence base, right? So, how are you able to do that? And how are you able to generate research being in a hospital?
Okay, so I think last year itself we designed a training model for nurses in neonatal intensive care units, as they are not much aware about how to handle neonates while feeding. So that is a very big advantage, that we are able to imply the evidence-based practice. It's more practically driven. I am designing a protocol. I can go there. I can make the other nurses practice, because nurses are the people who are very much in touch with the patients, and they are not very aware about many protocols. So we do organize a lot of training protocols for different staffs in our hospitals, and that's how they are also building, and we are also upskilling ourselves. And research, we can do very good research, as there are so many professionals in hospitals, different caseload, diverse cases, complex cases, so that we can imply more practically driven approaches. Like, we design a protocol, we imply it, and then we can even publish it. So that's what we have been doing for the past 2 years in our hospital as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Since we are running out of time, I'm skipping. And I'm going to end the session with this thought. The picture behind you and all the information that our panelists have shared today, I think brings us to one common message, which means it's our job to build a community. Community building starts with giving better quality of life to each individual that visits you. And this only happens with the work you do on a daily basis. So thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for your time, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the panelists. Now we will move into our next session that goes to the very heart of what we do as an ESLP professional, that is early intervention. Please, may I have your attention, please? We are starting with the next session. The theme, listen, think, communicate, highlights the seamless integration required for a child's development. It is not just about hearing, it's about cognitive processing and the final joy of the communication. To guide this deep dive, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Ms. Kuhu Kulkarni. Please, ma'am. She is an assistant professor at Bharati Vidyapeeth, SSLP. She has precious 4.5 years of experience, and now I will hand over the dais to her. Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. So, as I stand here as the moderator of the session, so this is going to be a session where 4 of us have prepared something for every one of y'all. We are of course going to talk about child language and hearing, so everything about communication in the pediatric section. So, first let me introduce our speakers today. So first is Ms. Mansi Karnad, who is an assistant professor in speech language pathology. She has had numerous courses for her credit. She has also worked on a beautiful Raksha project. Also, she has 20 plus presentations. She currently works in our neonatal intensive care unit as a dedicated SLP. She works for children with autism spectrum disorder, and she's also trained in neonatal dysphagia. So I welcome Mansi on stage. Next up is Ms. Madhuri Bogade, who is assistant professor in audiology. So she has paper presentations and oral paper presentations as well as certification in Indian Sign Language. She is also interested and she works with children with hearing impairment, cochlear implant units, and she's a core clinician at the heart. So I welcome Ms. Madhuri Bogade here. And next up is Ms. Sneha Sardesai, who is a founder and director at Rejoice Speech and Hearing Clinic. So she also works at Small Step Morris Autism and Child Development Center. She is the gold medalist of her batch. She has multiple programs for which she has been certified. Her interests lie in rehabilitative audiology and pediatric child language disorder. So, and this is a publication to the credit. So basically, all of us love to work with children, and we have put something together which Sahil rightly said, which was the listen, think, and communicate for children. Let me just add the PPT. Yeah. So today we are going to, so when we were discussing about what to discuss about the pediatric population, we always go into many conferences, and there's something that we discuss about assessment and management and identifying the disorders. So today, as everyone here is experienced, and also students also do learn in their day-to-day classes about assessment and management. So we just sort of covering something where our role lies primarily. And in today's day and date, preventive role is something that we are highlighting today. So we will be covering early identification along with family-centered intervention to support hearing, communication, feeding, and overall development during the critical period of brain plasticity. So, yeah. So today we'll be talking about the role of audiologist and SLP in 0 to 2 years. So where the pictures that you can see is where us at Bharati Vidyapeeth, we work at different centers catering to the services of this age group. So for hearing and audiology, we look up to early detection, amplification and technology, hearing aid fitting, cochlear implant candidacy, auditory development training, early identification, family counseling, monitoring, and risk tracking of the NICU babies. Similarly, with the same population, we also work for speech language pathology, where early communication intervention, feeding and swallowing, parent coaching, high risk follow ups, AAC introduction if needed at the earliest. So, this is something which we are going to cover. So, we have first up, Ms. Madhuri Bogade, who will be beginning with her presentation.
Good afternoon all. So as Kuhu has said, in general whatever we audiologist and speech language pathologist basically talk about is the overall communication of a person. So whether it is a pediatric or adult population, what we think most of the time is the communication. So what communication, you all know that it is a sharing and transferring of information, and it is again a two-way procedure, and it develops gradually from your birth to the childhood, early childhood. So in general, if we see, we have two different types of communication. One is your verbal communication where you hear and speak, and the other one is your augmentative and alternative communication where you can talk about Indian Sign Language, picture communication, or your gestural communication. And the prerequisites for both type of communication are your sensory abilities, cognitive skills, and motor skills. So when we are focusing mostly on the verbal communication of child and how we can promote the verbal communication, how we can develop it early before, instead of waiting for it to diagnose and then think about it. So for that we need few pre-verbal skills which are joint attention, eye contact, turn taking, imitation and gestures, social smile and emotions that you all are aware about. So how is this early development happen in any pediatric population or in any infants? With respect to your audition or hearing, speech, language and cognition and communication. So you all know that by 6 months when we are talking about hearing, by 6 months of a child can, 6 months of gestation, some of them may respond to a very loud sound. By age of 3 months or 6 months, they will localize a sound, and by the age of 1 year they'll understand few words. To avoid any, to not avoid, to early identify these things, we know that we have a newborn hearing screening worldwide and early identification and intervention. Then we have something, then we have auditory processing, that is a very important part of your verbal communication, where you, when we see in the very early childhood, it is auditory localization, discrimination that has to be developed, and auditory memory of auditory figure ground. So how do we work on these skills for a child to learn them earlier is, you can build on their attention skills, phoneme identification, repetition, rehearsal, where we keep repeating your words, whatever daily routine words that we are using, you keep repeating them. You can teach them minimal pair training, so you have similar words with a small difference of a phoneme. Then you have speech and language. You all know that by 0 to 3 months and 0 to 6 months we have babbling developed in a child. By 18 months, 12 to 18 months, the child speaks 1 to 2 word utterances. So how an SLP can involve in the early development of their of the skills of the children is, they can enhance early milestones through daily routine. So suppose we are talking about bathing, you are talking about they are eating together, the mom and the child is eating together. So during that time you talk about the things that you are using when you are bathing, the things that you are eating when you are feeding the child. Targeted stimulation techniques, you all know that we do parallel talk, we talk the mother is and all. And then you support a pre-linguistic skills development. So this way it will help develop their speech and language skills. Then in cognition, we could focus on more on attention and memories. So in that you, not all of them, but some of them you can use few activities such as joint attention activities, which is useful for your cognition, memory and attention. Then your peekaboo games, if you talk about peekaboo games, they will remember that they have to hide a face, or they have to remove the whatever they are hidden behind it. Then motor skills. Motor skills are required for speech or verbal communication, because you will be talking different sounds using different articulators. So overall your gross motor and fine motor movements are also important. So by 0 to 6 months you have involuntary hand movements, and by 12 months you have a pincer grasp, and you will have sucking and chewing also developed, which is again useful for your overall speech production. So to encourage those, to improve those skills on, the SLPs can teach the parents to motivate their movements with communication. So suppose they are doing a jumping activity, so they talk about jumping activity. That is your motivation with the movement, communication with the movement. Then you have early development of swallowing and feeding. So early few months you have sucking, then you have slowly you will go towards the chewing. So strengthening these swallowing or feeding skills will help ultimately in production of the speech sounds. So if we talk about lip control, if the baby learns about lip control, it will help him say per, bum, or your bilabial sounds. Promoting term movements can help in labiodental sounds, like that. Yeah. So till now whatever we have seen is how this early development happens and how SLP can encourage the development of all these skills. Now what do you think through play, whether we really can work on all these things through one single play? Can we work on all the aspects of communication, verbal communication? Yes or no? Yes, definitely, because you all know that suppose if I just talk about playing a ball, so Suppose a 12-month-old child is there and you're playing with the ball. So if I'm playing, the child is holding a ball. So that is a gross motor movement. Child is throwing a ball is again a gross motor movement. Catching it will be a fine motor movement. Talking about ball, like throw the ball, he will be understanding our instructions. So he'll be auditory, he'll be listening to the instructions, he'll be following the instructions. He'll be learning few words, new words, ball, throwing or catching or putting it on a chair or chair. All these words he'll be learning and he'll be trying to talk. So through play you can work on all these skills. Again the cognition will also come in. So which side I have to throw the ball, whether I have to throw it to the mother or I have to throw it on the floor. So if mother says throw it towards me, he knows that I have to throw it in this direction. So few play activities through which how you can work on all these skills that I have mentioned here is, suppose you are doing a face-to-face interaction play. So you are playing peekaboo. So they are looking at the mother. So they are you are indirectly working on their eye contact. You are indirectly working on their joint attention. You are encouraging cooing, babbling through it. You are again teaching them turn taking through it. So तुझ्याकडे फेकला, माझ्याकडे आला. So माझ्यानंतर तुझ्याकडे येणार. So that is your turn taking. And you know that through peekaboo they learn object permanence. In sound play, suppose if you are playing with rattles or bells, so you are making different sounds. So they are aware of the different frequency sounds. They know the difference between sound. They can discriminate between sounds because you are keeping on playing on it. They can learn the localization of the sound. So from which side is the bell sound coming? From which side is my drum sound coming? And they can associate this sound to the source. They can learn different words through it also, and they can produce the sound also. So action songs. When I talking, we all know that action songs will play a bigger role in all type of communication, whether it is a verbal communication or non-verbal communication. So it will focus on their actions, that is gestures that they are going to learn, the rhythm and the prosody. So any action song, suppose pat a cake or clap your hands, will work on their particular prosody or the pattern perception. That will help them develop also some intonation patterns. So you must have seen that many babies, when we put a song, if they have heard the song many times or they have played that song with the parent, if you just play the song and if the child is well aware of the song, you can see the child sometimes might hum the song also, that particular song. So that humming also comes through these activities. So suppose if you are doing exploration, if you are doing any sensory play will definitely help them understand the texture of this, but along with that you will be learning about vocabulary, you will be learning about what is the association of that word to the object. So this soft thing is my, suppose we say ushi, this is my ushi, and this particular hard thing is my bed. So they know this, they understand this vocabulary from the sensory play also. Book sharing. Book sharing is again one of the very famous and very effective mode of communication that can happen between a child and a mother or child and a caregiver. So it will help us build the attention of a child. He will learn more and more words. He will learn the different rhythm, different intonation or patterns also. He will also learn the joint attention. So the mom is pointing towards a picture, the child is also looking at a picture. So that way it is developing joint attention and visual recognition. So how is this particular thing is shown in, suppose this square shape, this particular part is in circle shape. So all those cognition related patterns they will understand. Sensory play, as I described earlier, water play through textured mat also, you can develop their listening, speech and language skills. Routine based play, everyday routine, bath time, it can be bath time, your feeding time, your play time, TV time, or your just playing random also will help develop their vocabulary. So it is mostly a functional vocabulary, it will be that will be used every day by uh, a child or a caregiver or the family members. So it will, suppose if you are talking, if you are doing, um, playing a food making, any food making play. So if you know that many small children, they will like to play भाजी बनवायची किंवा चपाती बनवायची. सो ते लाटणं घ्यायचं, पोळपाट घ्यायचं. सो ऑल दॅट सिक्वेन्स दे विल लर्न. हे घ्यायचं, त्यानंतर ह्याचं गोल बनवायचा, मग ते लाटायचं. So all that sequence also they will learn through your routine based whatever is there. If you are talking about bathing, they know that पहिलं नळ चालू करायचा, then you start with then you take a bucket, then you take mug, and then you put water, and then pour water, and then you put soap. So all that sequencing also they will learn through your daily activities. Object permanence games, as we have discussed already, it will help more on cognition. Again, it will help them understand the vocalizations, or they can vocalize through object permanence games. And a pretend play, as I have discussed earlier, kitchen set or through doctor play. So all these activities, whatever I have discussed about, was in general. So all these can be structured by an audiologist and an SLP, and can be taught to a parent also, to avoid to prevent a delay in their speech language skills, or to early intervene their auditory speech and language skills. So with this, I would I would like to end my presentation, and I request Mansi Karnad to continue with the particular topic. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I am going to be very mindful of the time. Yeah, so thank you, Madhuri, for that introduction. What I would want to emphasize just at the beginning of my presentation is that we are talking about a preventative role of SLPs, which I don't think is talked about enough. And the second objective of my presentation is to help you with some resources or some references of protocols that can be followed. A lot of times when you see a child that is under 2 and is high risk for a delay, or maybe is a normally developing child and they just want to keep up with whether the development is going well within the expected norms, a lot of times our counseling and our recommendations seem so, while they are completely real and very effective, our recommendations such as you need to play more, or our recommendations such as you need to talk more, seem very informal, or seem like this is just something they're saying. It may be misunderstood as, oh, they don't know what to tell us, so that is what they choose to say. So what I want to start off with is, I will speak, because I work at School of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology, I will speak from that perspective. And these are the settings where we find children under 2 years. I'm sure a lot of you who are practicing in private clinics or even at hospitals may be working with settings like this and get referrals for children under 2. The third setting, so NICU everybody is aware of, high-risk OPDs, child developmental centers. The third setting is a home for family deprived and destitute children. So this is also a outposting at our clinic. So here emphasizing on the collaborative roles of ASLP is important. Starting off with cognitive stimulation, language stimulation, making sure there is a listen-talk integration happening in children where their hearing access may not be adequate, and also focus on prevention, a risk of speech and language delays. This is one program. So the preterm infant parent program for attachment is not a SLP-led program per se. It is a therapist-led program. So it can be conducted by a neonatal therapist, a physiotherapist, or an otist who is working in the NICU. This particularly focuses on improving the parent responsivity. So it works on parental sensitivity about identifying cues in children, about helping the children with regulation, and it strengthens parent and infant relationships. So this is an easy model where they have basically planned 3 sessions The first session is about just reflecting on what was the journey, pregnancy journey like, what happened during, what happened medically that led the child to be admitted in the NICU, and how does a parent feel about the child's status. So what are their feelings about it? How do they interpret a child's particular behaviors or stuff like that. And then the second one talks about just observing the infant. So then talking about behavioral states of the infant. Is the infant wide awake or awake enough for you to start a feed? To talk about whether the child wants to be held, wants to be swaddled, or does the child want a little bit of a free time? Does the child need a diaper change? So these kind of awareness related communication. And then the third session is about a video interaction guidance. So where you would record a parent doing any activity with the kid. It could be playing with the child or changing a diaper of the child or whatever it may be, or giving a sponge bath, and then you record the video and talk about what could you have done differently to make it more interactive, and to reinforce whatever is going right, and then to also give a feedback about what could be done differently. Now, doing just these easy three, not so easy, but doing these structured sessions in literature, there are studies that have said that it has led to better infant self-regulation in the later period and better communication outcomes in the infant, because you are encouraging a parent-child relationship, a mediation right there in the NICU. Then talking about parent-mediated intervention programs for communication, what we need them to be is, one, it has to be naturalistic. All of us talk about the term naturalistic, but we may define it and we may explain it from our own perspectives. And then it also has to be evidence-based. So I can't simply, because I like to play with books, I can't ask my child or the parent to continue using books. I need to have some evidence to recommend those. The intervention strategies that I have mentioned on the right are all for the infants between 0 to 2 years. The last three, it takes two to talk, spark communication, learning language and loving it, are all part of the Hannon program. And the first three, the ones that I'm going to talk about, are going to be talked about and discussed in detail. So now this is a set of clinicians. These were at a developmental center, child developmental center. What they have done is, in a low resource setting, they decided that at the 2-month visit of when the child comes at the Healthy Newborn Clinic, they are going to give them a $1 finger puppet. So the whole intervention is just a finger puppet. With the finger puppet, they have also given them recommended 10 activities that they can do with the finger puppet. So activities like, anytime you bring up the puppet, talk in silly voices, do a peekaboo with the puppet, sing with the puppet. You can do, while you're doing tummy time, the puppet does things around the child. So now these kind of recommendations and that puppet itself was what was introduced. However, the intervention is actually the parent voice and interaction that you are encouraging through this. So because the parent had an aid with them, they knew, I need to pull this out and do this with my baby even if my baby is just 2 months old. What happened is, there was higher caregiver satisfaction. They did a long-term study where they have also studied these infants that were 2 months old at 3 years of age, and they found that there were better developmental outcomes, there were better cognitive scores, mothers' mental health scores were improved, and there was smoother transition to book reading even in mothers that were not literate. So even in uneducated or low education mothers, they were comfortable using a book with the child. That doesn't happen mostly. And the ones that are in masters now may be aware of this, because you've done a topic where you talked about low resource and you've talked about how there was deprivation that leads to delays in the later time. The next one is a Babel boot camp. Now this was a set of researchers. What they have done is, basically they work with children with genetic conditions. So at birth, so this is again from children that are 2 months old to 24 months, and at birth children enroll into this program where they are given parent coaching through online sessions. These sessions are only 10 to 20 minutes long every week, and they also ask for home video recordings of what they have done. So there are some 17 structured activities and routines and the strategies that you can see on the slide. While you're doing this over a period of time, what they noticed was that there were many children who had an identified genetic condition but showed typical language and articulation scores in the later period at 2 years of age. So that means you are completely avoiding the delay and the lag that could have happened, and then eventually literacy and all of that also gets affected. So these are simple things that we could do. This does not really require as much time and commitment. It doesn't require so much from the parents because they don't have to really travel back and forth. How this intervention works, what they said is because the parent behavior was modified, that led to the child's behavior to get modified. So there was more increased vocalization, and the parent was encouraged, oh, my kid is showing interest, is smiling at me, is imitating me, let me do more. So that is what helped with speech and language development. So this is called the Babel Boot Camp. And then the third one, oh yeah, so the Babel Boot Camp itself, there is a training module on Northern Speech Services. If anybody is interested, I thought I'll just leave this here. And then the third one, which is, I could say that it's my favorite one, is the PC Talk. So promoting communication tools for advancing language in kids. PC Talk itself, the program Talk itself is a really old program. But recently in the year 2020, University of Kansas has created this whole website where there are tons of resources that you can use directly with your child. These resources are in English and Spanish. There are 8 naturalistic communication strategies. And what they say is you can be flexible with it. You can adapt the resource as you like. So you can decide what strategies you want to recommend. These are all based on responsive interaction strategies, milieu teaching, shared book reading. So if in case you feel like my parent is not ready for all at once, I can start introducing it at the pace that I feel more comfortable. The toolkit itself has a manual where all of these are explained. There are activities that are explained. So all of these activities, like you can see, are explained in a way that you use those strategies for children who are minimally verbal, and etc. The effect of this program is that you basically have higher communication rate and expressive language, and it improves the parent-child interaction quality in itself. This particularly, the website is given at the left bottom, so talkku.edu. That itself has everything freely downloadable. There is a mobile-based app also. The mobile-based app is called PC Obs, so that the parent can download, and the parent puts in what the parent has been doing every week, and you actually get graphs of how much quality time has been spent, what kind of responses you're getting out of the child, and all of this basically will eventually lead to better communication skills. Now, of course, cannot avoid, and this is something that is very important, the feeding and swallowing perspective. In the neonatal period, it is more about getting the child to do age-adequate feeding, which is breastfeeding. At all times, we worry, or our goals are going to focus on making sure there is adequate nutrition, you minimize any health risk and complications, you do safe feeding practices, it has to be developmentally appropriate. You want to minimize any future feeding issues by making sure that feed time is a positive experience, and you maximize the quality of life. So here again, throughout this period between 0 to 1 year, you're going to go through a simple non-nutritive suckle kind of a thing where you start with NNS, to breastfeeding, to weaning off, to transitioning to cups and straws and solids. By 1 year of age, by 13 months, 12 to 13 months, a child should eat everything that the parents in the house eat. So that 1 year period is really dramatic. It's very, important. I just wanted to talk about a few cases and their journeys. So at the NICU setting, for example, these are cases that we would see, or the profiles that we would see more commonly. So a typical journey of a child that I see would be, it would start at 32 weeks corrected gestational age, in case if the baby is a premature baby. And maybe at referral, the child does not seem to be breathing independently, has poor oral readiness. That's when we do a auditory screening as well. You start off with oral stimulation, and then eventually by week 2, what happens is once the baby is more stable medically, is breathing fine, temperature controlled, respiratory rate is good, then we would think of doing a non-nutritive suckle where the baby just is latching on the breast, not for nutritional purposes, but as part of attachment and improving oral skills. And then once you see good oral readiness, then we can start with some kind of an adaptive feeding method where I can pace my feed and control the amount of milk that I'm introducing, and then eventually also start with breastfeeding trials. In the next week, by 4 weeks, what I would recommend, or at discharge, what we see is that the feed should be completely oral, whether it is using a adaptive feeding method or breastfeeds, and the child should have gained weight, so they should be over 2.5 kgs at discharge. Then in the NICU, in the high-risk OPD setting, this is another example of a patient that was referred to our clinic, who was a 7 months old infant with auditory nerve dysplasia with a global delay. So typically for this baby, when the baby is referred, we would do a complete evaluation, and the intervention recommended at that point was auditory cognitive language stimulation, physiotherapy, communication and feeding intervention, and parent coaching. Then another example of a baby at the home for family deprived and destitute children. This baby was surrendered for adoption at birth and was 6 months old. But when we screened the children there, we found out that this baby, while medically this baby was healthy and doing fine, had some self-stimulating behaviors and disliked being touched, did not like being carried, preferred solitary play. So during the follow-up visits, it was recommended that we do a lot of auditory cognitive language stimulation. We train the volunteers to do more one-on-one playtime and sensory play. And then eventually at 6 months, when the child was just going to get adopted, we found that there was better engagement, play behavior was advanced, and there was higher social initiations. Now all of this does get documented, and once the child moves from one home to the other, this information is conveyed so that they can do necessary steps further. Like you can see, even within the 0 to 2 year period, there's a whole variety of things, and I would really encourage even the private practitioners or individuals in any setting for that matter, to take up this age group a little more seriously, because we lose out and miss out on a lot of significant critical time. So this would be my summary, and what I would want to highlight is that we have to remember that especially during this age, the caregiver is the primary intervention agent. It could be the parent, it could be whoever is the primary caregiver of the child. They are the intervention agent. So you are doing a lot of parent coaching during that period. You may not be doing thrice a week sessions, or you may not be doing everyday 45-minute sessions with you, but parent coaching there is really important. And it has to be, what we are capitalizing on is that it is really early. You're helping increase parent responsivity, and it's all going to be caregiver led, so you will find the best outcomes. With this, I would like to invite Kuhu ma'am to share more strategies with us.
Thank you so much, Mansi ma'am, for briefing us, and Madhuri ma'am for taking us through the journey. So I'll be talking about something, a topic which I am very fond of, just because it came to me in a very critical time of my life is what I would say. I selected it as my research topic for my master's, and then COVID hit, and suddenly my topic became extremely relevant, because screen time was something which children, adults, everyone was exposed to. So with this, I would say that I've been reading about it clinically and academically and in research wise, and how it affects. So it is an extremely gray area, which I would like to say, and we're going to see how it impacts. So because it is a active part of everyone's life in today's day and date, so we have to understand how to deal with this particular situation. So it refers to the total amount of time a child spends using devices with screens. So it can be anything related to television, smartphones, tablets, computers, video games. Anything and everything that is digital is included in the screen time. There are different types of screen times. One is the passive screen time, which is the most difficult one, or the most one which is going to affect any individual, even for that matter for adults. So watching videos, TV without interaction, that is for kids, it is YouTube, cartoons, or anything related to songs, or anything which doesn't have any interactive method. Now here it comes with a lot of risk factors. So expressive language development and parent-child interaction is reduced only because child is engaged in a lot of different non-interactive activities, where poor joint attention is also something which was found out, and there is always overstimulation which causes attention difficulties. And with this, the passive screen time is the one which we have to look out for when we are looking at this age group of young infants and children. Next is the interactive screen time. So here, if you see, the first picture is the Dora the Explorer. I think most of you all might be knowing. So I think this cartoon is something which was way ahead of time when screens were not really interactive, touch screens were not there at that time also. The cartoon was trying to get the children to do some activities around. There are also nowadays games like pizza making or educational games, or something which is interactive but which is harmful is like games like what the adults are also playing. We also see children using those games mindlessly. So anything that is interactive in nature is interactive screen time. So it has few benefits like cause and effect understanding, basic vocabulary can be built, use as a therapy support tool, as a guidance for therapists and parents. Now it comes along with few disadvantages. With it still has limited vocabulary growth or language growth without adult interaction. So over reliance can be reduced, can cause reduced real world play, reinforces stimulus response but not conversation, and it may reduce imagination and symbolic play. The third one is the most effective one, which is the co-viewed screen time. So adults watching with the children and interacting, talking, asking questions. So why it works is because the adult adds something, expands something, labels something, questions something. So it is going to not just be a device per se, but it is also acting like a way of interacting with the child. So it has multiple advantages here. Language comprehension and vocabulary learning can be enhanced. It supports joint attention, promotes social interaction. Disadvantages still because, now why I would say disadvantages is because parents really don't know how to co-view. So that is something which we have to be mindful about. Co-viewing, one side you can see it is just co-viewing, and on the other side it is co-viewing with interaction. So both things are very, very different. Just co-viewing is not going to help with the advantages, but co-viewing along with interaction is going to give you some benefits which are there. While disadvantages limit up to quality depends on parental involvement, passive co-viewing does not have real benefit, and it is still rich in the real world interaction. So in case we all missed it, background screen time is something also has a great evidence which says that it has to be considered. So the screen is on when the child is playing around in the house, which is a common Indian household scenario. So there's a excessive background screen time of 7, 8, 9 hours. It can be anything up to news, to movies, to serials or anything. The research says that it significantly reduces parent-child verbal interaction, reduces child attention span, quality of play, and also interrupts play in between. So why is screen time affecting children? It has reduced reciprocal communication. It is a displacement or replacement of human communication. So screens are something which are either shifting attention or either or totally replacing a human interaction figure. Cognitive overload is something which is seen, lack of contingent responsiveness, attention and executive function impact is also seen at a larger scale. Screens and meals is something which is very relevant, and we do see a lot of children being exposed to screens during meal times. So meal times is something which is a highly interactive time for developing feeding milestones as well as for having good feeding behaviors. So screens distract children from hunger cues, reduced oral motor awareness, passive feeding and leads to no chewing practice. Increased picky eating patterns are also seen in children who have increased screen time during meals. Now, with this, I would just like to say that we saw about what are the problems that are happening or what are the types of screen time. But what really happens here is we are living in a world where we cannot tell parents that don't use screens at all. Even if you say that, it is not practically really possible. So now with this, with growing generation, globalization and technological advancement, we also are totally dependent on screens. Right? So we also have to understand that children nowadays, when they go to schools, when they go to daycares, there is a lot of involvement of screens. They do have, now every school has a digital board. They have a PlayStation with digital interactive screens or touch pads. So that is something which is in the real world. And also in clinical settings, when we tell, parents have been told, screen ekdam band kar do. कल से स्क्रीन बंद चाहिए. This is a common thing that parents tell us, and then when we go to introducing AAC devices, so they question us saying, now you're introducing the child to the screen. So we are looked upon as a diplomatic person, and we are saying something, or we are opposing the other professional. Some chaos in the parents' mind keeps happening. So parents do report that there's a lot of misconception around it. So to avoid this, all of us as ASLP should be aware that there are certain guidelines, and screen time itself is not particularly very harmful if used mindfully. So initially in 2016, American Academy of Pediatrics is something, they gave the guidelines which are still very relevant. Later, the WHO, World Health Organization, also gave few guidelines, and recently the Indian Academy of Pediatrics in 2021 also prescribed their guidelines. Now, if you see, all of them are very similar. It gives you up to 5 years of age, where they say in the first 1 to 2 years there should be no screen at all. Now here we can include video calls. Similarly, if you can connect, it's about interactive screen time, and it is also co-viewing, and it is co-viewing with interaction. So it is a plus point everywhere, and then children also learn to identify, give and take. There is pragmatic development that is happening. So that is something which is recommended. Whereas for 18 to 24 months or from 2 to 5 years, not more than 1 hour, but you have to understand here everything is with co-viewing and interaction. So this is something we can guide the parents with, because till when are we supposed to do this? How are we supposed to do this? So few things that matter here is, first we have to identify what type of parents are we dealing with. So some parents have been told that, close up the screens. So authoritative parenting, where there is warm and structured, where they set rules, which is healthy rules. Children can learn those rules earlier in life. So now it's bedtime, now we can't see screens. Permissive, where warm parents are not really regulating what is happening, and that's why the screen patterns are seen to be excessive here. In authoritarian parenting, there is more strictness and low warmth. So it is because I say no screen, so the screen should be closed. So here we have to understand, children do understand what we are trying to teach them in everyday life. So small steps are going to help us every day. And there is a maybe small category of parents where there's uninvolved matter about the screen time or its exposure, or most of the parents are not even aware that their child has been exposed to 6 to 7 to 8 hours of screens. So parent mediated reduction is something which is most effective, which is the primary strategy given by the American Academy of Pediatrics. And training parents to actively manage screen, co-viewing it, labeling, asking questions, gradually reducing the duration. WHO has given its best strategy to set clear boundaries and limits. So I have rules in my house for screens. That is what parents are going to forward to the children. Other strategies is to create screen-free zones. No screens during meals. We talk, we share, we have some play or do something which is family time related. or something play related. We replace screen with high value activities. Now we have to understand our competition is not really with some other communicator. So it is not with other child whom he is playing well with, or some other person in the house whom he is well connecting with. We are competing with the screens which are way ahead of us for communication. They are always having changing flashing screens, flashing lights, beautiful music. So that is something which all of us are also hooked to. So they are made with the purpose that you give attention to the screens. So we are competing with the screens and the humans. So the child has to choose us over the screen. So we have to be extremely creative and extremely interactive and make it fun and make it lively for the child, so where he should say, oh, I'm having so much fun playing with this person, I am forgetting my screen here. Using gradual reduction is something extremely important. So gradual reduction has also seen benefits in long-lasting habit formations. If today the doctor says tomorrow the screens are banned, then that would not last for a really long time. It is going to relapse. So reducing every day bit by bit is something which is recommended. Avoid screens for emotional regulation. I have gone out for shopping and the child is bored. I want to give mobile. Let's watch it, or let him watch it. Or I want to talk to someone, or given it, he is demanding something, give it, crying for something to distract, use the screen. So that is something which we should avoid. We have to model healthy screen use, and we have to have quality over quantity approach. So whatever children are seeing, it should be age appropriate, slow paced. Co-viewing along with discussion is extremely important. So for parents, we have to vouch for mindful use of screens, replacing screens with interaction. Your child learns more from you than from the screens. Reduce gradually, not suddenly. What your child needs most is your interaction or content. Use screens intentionally, not automatically, and make screen time a shared activity and not a solo one, not for the parent nor for the child. Right? The next topic I would want to cover here is, if not screens, then what we can do. So reading books is something which is encouraged since a long time. So shared book reading has its perks. So this is one of the strategies that we can use. If not screens, then what? How to interact. So it is an interactive process where an adult and a child read together, engaging in a conversation, questioning and responding. So it is reading with the child, not for the child or to the child. Focus is on interaction, not on completion of the story. And here, child is an active participant. So it helps in multiple ways, not that we can even actively understand, but research states a very strong connection between a lot of things here. So when to start? Is it too early? So it starts from 0 to 1, and we can go ahead with the age. So from the simplest books to the most complicated stories. So for 0 to 6 months, it is all about exposure and bonding. We can here aim for building listening and attention and establish or promote bonding. So we can use a face-to-face book, or we can use a high contrast simple books with different pictures in it, and then talk about the pictures. By 6 to 12 months, we have to follow the child's lead, what he likes, what he does, how he interacts with the books. And this helps us for joint attention, receptive vocabulary, participation. Strategies that we can use is touch, good, feel books, pointing, page turning, pointing and labeling, following the child's gaze and what he is trying to say. And by 12 to 18 months, now here participation and early word, we can start with questioning and asking the child relevant information. So labeling may turn now into question and answer. So this is something where imitation is encouraged, and also this helps in fast development or fast mapping of vocabulary in children. Now, there are different strategies. So, peer technique and crowd technique or crowd prompt is something which can be used. So, the peer ones can be used for the younger population. So, prompting what is this, then evaluating if the answer is correct or not, then expanding if the answer, whatever is the information given by the parent, and then repeating it again and again so that the child also forms the concept about it. And crowd technique is something about completion, recalling, open-ended question, WH questions, and distancing. This is for the older population which we can use. Strategies is we have to make it a routine, screen, replacing screens. Suppose we're doing shared book reading, or shared book reading as itself can be a routine and a quiet time given to the child. We have to keep the books accessible to the child. We have to follow the child's lead. We have to make it interactive. We have to keep on repeating the same books again and again. And why storytelling or shared book reading works is we are going to see examples which Sneha ma'am is going to further explain on it. And we have to keep it fun and pressure free. We're not expecting the child to learn and memorize the story. We're just understanding if him and I are on the same page. And we have to be present and no distractions. So your background screen time is running or anything else, someone is doing something else and child's attention is towards that, someone's playing, something's happening. So that has to be a quiet time where the child is actually interacting with the books. There are few resources. Now again, I come to my statement where diplomacy can be seen here. These are online sources. Storyweaver as something. So in this we can make our own stories. It has around 42 to 44 languages, I think. You can print this out. You can make a story what you want, particularly for which age, and then we can use it. This is a Marathi website which also delivers books at your doorstep according to the age and whatever is your aim or goal and whatever you are aiming at, and it has beautiful stories. It also has audio books. So this is something, these two resources can be useful if you want. There are multiple resources for shared book reading and what we can do, but that is something which we as ASLPs should be encouraging parents to do it because it has high value in their future development. So along with this, I conclude today, and further Sneha ma'am is going to talk to us about how more different aspects that parents can involve in the development of these children. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So before lunch, this is a hard job that I'm going to take up with all of you. So thank you, first of all, to all the organizers. The bell is already rung. Wow. So I'm going to be really quick. All three of my wonderful speakers have already told us what are the resources available, what is the development that is there, that we all see, and what is it that I am going to do. I am going to tell you what we should be doing, and we will see a couple of videos, and the consent has been taken for those videos, so don't worry about that. So how early is too early? So we are talking about 0 to 2. Last alumni conference, we were, I think, going to the geriatric population more with feeding, swallowing, hearing aids and all those things. Today we are looking at early identification, prevention. So how early is too early? So our mythology is only telling us, start from the womb. So since there is a lot of evidence which is there about music perception, auditory perception that is happening from the womb. So why is this happening? Because there is a shared neural hardware. There is overlapping circuitry. So our brain is not only meant for audition, it is meant for multiple things. It is meant for speech, it's meant for music, it is meant for language, it is meant for audition. So, and neural plasticity is the most important thing that we see in 0 to 6 years, right? So, infancy is the most sensitive period, and this is the most exciting period of any parent's life. So, infants will always prefer to listen to speech over any other stimuli that you present. And there are various studies by these various authors which have said that They will choose speech over filtered speech, over noise and everything. So all this is very, very important. How? We'll see in a couple of examples. Why music? Because music is there in all of us. Every day we are singing to our children, every day we are talking to our children, we are using gestures, we are using rocking movements. All mothers who are here, my friends who are mothers will know rocking, singing, that's the only way we get our children to, sleep or something like that. So why this is important? Why am I talking about, as an ASLP, why am I talking about music? Why am I talking about language? The reason is this, because somewhere in our clinics we are seeing parents who are struggling with these things. They are not able to sing to their children, they are not able to talk to their children, they are not able to tell stories to their children. So as an ASLP, it is our job is we are the best people to guide these clueless parents as to how to sing to their babies and talk to their babies. So I found these beautiful two studies. One is done in Finland and one is done in Sweden. This is called a dyslexia baby study. So there they have identified children who are at familial risk for dyslexia, and they were exposed to singing music from birth, and they have recorded ERPs, and they have seen the language development over the time. So even if it is passive music, exposure is insufficient. If there is no parent involvement, if there is no parent interaction, even if there is just music playing in the background, it has very less effect. But the other study, the singing kangaroo study, it focuses on kangaroo care with parental involvement and with parental singing. And that has shown very good effects because there is parental involvement. So these two studies, I think we should all remember these two studies. Why? Because only passive, if we just keep a baby and we are playing music, it is not going to make sense. We need to have parental involvement. We need to have parents who are talking to the child, singing to the child as well. So what is the implication? Early socially engaging musical interventions, they are holding promise, and this is a very recent study. This is, I think, 2021, if I'm not wrong, 21, 24. So for us as ASLPs, we are the best people to guide parents how to use this musical intervention for their own kids. So I'm going to show you a small video now. Okay, and I want you to tell me what is it that you are observing, and this is going to be interactive, okay? Volume nahi hai ka? Without music, it will not make sense. Full है. नहीं, इथून पण play नहीं होता. Okay, I'll check once more. Okay, we'll try some other player.
कनेक्टेड है, सब कनेक्टेड है.
क्या निकाले?
क्या निकालना है?
नहीं, म्यूजिक. glitch, but this won't work if we don't have music audio. Okay, I'll try. Yeah, ma'am. थांब केला बहुतेक त्याने काहीतरी हां ते टाकते प्ले कर ते प्ले कर हां कॅन यू हिअर Okay, I am going to play it once more for you to again appreciate it. Okay. So whatever music I think you could hear, could you see the rhythmic movements with the music that was happening? If we are exposing young children to music from age of 6 months or up, or even earlier than that, we are definitely going to see babies who will respond to the music. So Madhuri has spoken in her presentation about these things only. And I'm just going to kind of weave it together with it's audible? Now comes the mic drop moment. Yeah, I use this one. So when we are using different rhythms, so a keyboard has a lot of rhythm buttons, sorry, a lot of keys. So only exploring music and using that music to, yeah, I'm going to wind up. Hold on. I just started mine. So what I want to emphasize here is, where is the presentation? I think the person with the most, okay, so music aids will help in sequencing, they will help in social communication, they will also help in vocabulary building. Now, when I say vocabulary building, do you mean to say that only children who will be 18 and up will be able to tell stories? 18 months and up? Do you think that? No, because even young children who are almost 14 months of age can tell stories. कावळ्याला खूप तहान लागली होती. मग तो पाणी कसा शोधत होता? पाणी कुठे? पाणी कुठे? पाणी कुठे? मग त्याला दिसलं एक पाणी तिथे. मग त्याला काय दिसलं? एक मडकं दिसलं. मडकामध्ये किती पाणी होतं? थोडंसं पाणी होतं. मग त्यांनी बघितलं इकडे तिकडे. हो, मग त्याला काय दिसले? दगड दिसले. मग त्यांनी एक दगड घेतला मडक्यात टाकला. दुसरा दगड घेतला, मडक्यात टाकला. तिसरा दगड घेतला, मडक्यात टाकला. असं करत करत दगड टाकले. मग पाणी कुठे आलं? पाणी वर आलं, वर. मग त्यांनी पाणी पिऊन टाकलं. कसं कसं पाणी पिलं? कसं? आणि मग तो उडून गेला. कसा उडून गेला? असा उडून गेला. So this is what I mean, that we can have sequencing, we can have social communication, we can have vocabulary building. So not just stories, even nursery rhymes. Now we are forgetting many of our nursery rhymes that we have grown up with. And Madhuri had spoken about peekaboo, which many of our friends and colleagues are forgetting. नाही, ते लावायचं. हो. So, the most effective play that a parent can do is cookie, cookie, book. Shreya good hai. Shreya good hai. Cookie, book. So when a parent is enjoying these interactions, when a parent is actively engaging in these kind of interactions, definitely we are building all these communication strategies, and language acquisition is happening. So our goal as ASLP is to work on these 4 areas. We need to work on audition, we need to work on speech, we need to work on language, we need to work on behavior. So when I'm changing my tone, when I'm saying, wow, when the child is responding to me, they are understanding that I need to respond to my mother's voice this way or the other way. When I'm talking about temporal processing and pitch, when I'm telling stories in soft voice or louder voices. So these kind of things automatically we are doing in age range of 0 to 3. So as ASLPs, it is our goal to cover these 4 areas. So how we can do this? Now you saw videos. This is the way I feel some of us can, kind of do it. And one last video that I'm going to play with you, which Kuhu has highlighted, is storytelling, storybook reading. So this is
now everybody to take a bath in one big tub with soap all over, scrub, scrub, scrub. They hang their towels on the wall and find pajamas big and small. Some on the top and some beneath. They brush and brush and brush their teeth. And when the moon is on the rise, they all go up to exercise. And down once more, but not so fast. They're on the way to bed at last. The day is done, they say good night, and somebody turns off the light.
So not just parents, you can involve the family, you can involve elder siblings, and they are the best people in the household to help you with these kind of things. So not just parents, you can involve the entire family to help in this. Now in this video, we also saw that she's using parent is perfectly, mother is perfectly, without any training. So inherently, children as well know how to connect with other children. So our job is to use the environment of the family and counsel them better to use these strategies. So there are few parent empowerment programs that are run by a few companies. One is called Baby Beats. Baby Beats is a program which is developed by Advanced Bionics, and it is from 0 to 2 years. It focuses on 3 things. It is musical intervention, bonding, and targeted support. So they have different kind of activities that they give. They have almost 50 musical activities with video demonstrations, how to talk to children with hearing impairment and hearing loss. So This also stimulates brain, multiple brain areas because as we said, that music and language go together. And also there is progress monitoring given in that Baby Beats program. Another program which is run by MEDAL is called Ready, Steady, Go. And again, it is kind of similar to Advanced Bionics Baby Beats. The target audience is families. There is a wait period and it is family-centric. And it is evidence-based as per MEDAL. So there are like theme plans, like Baby Beats has videos. This has themed lesson plans. So you have printouts which you can give the parents and they can carry out the activities and go on and go forth. This is another one which I was recently exposed to by Mansi. This is called brainbodytech.com. This is a wonderful site which has rhythmic movements. It is built by an autist and she believes that you need to have language development through movement. So there are rhythmic movements, there are follow-along videos, and it is pretty simple. And you can freely access it and see the wonderful videos. So why we are talking about this? Now all four of us spoke about pretty much things that you all knew. But why we are doing that? Because this 1 million plus new neuronal collections per second are created during the first 3 years of life. So when, as ASLPs, we are the best people to tell parents how to build these neuronal collections, rapid firing, build foundation. When the foundation is good, we'll have good outcomes, we'll have good speech-language skills, and this will be the building block for our child's future brain structure. So what is best practices that we need to follow? As all three of them have said, as Mansi has said that we need to have naturalistic environments, as Madhuri has said that we need to have attend, join, add. And Kuhu has told us that we need to coordinate with other specialists as well. And many resources were given by my colleagues about data-driven practices, how we need to monitor all these things. Okay, I will end again with a small video because entertainment hona chahiye. Okay. So all of us know this song.
ती होती चिडली, सांबारात जाऊन पडली. सांबार होते गरम गरम, इडली झाली बाई नरम नरम. तिकडून आला चमचा, चमच्याने पाहिले इकडे तिकडे, इडलीचे केले बाई तुकडे तुकडे. तिकडून आली श्रेयू, श्रेयूने केली इडली फस्त. श्रेयू म्हणाली बेत आहे मस्त.
ओके, आता बेतच होणार आहे आपला. सो I hope you all enjoyed the presentation and we are extremely sorry about the technical glitches. So on behalf of our panel, thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all of you for this great discussion. Now, before going for the lunch, I would request all the delegates and the students to be present in the front of Engineering College for a group photo. And it is must for the RCI inspection as well. So we'll move towards the Engineering College and have a group photo. After that, we will have our lunch. And then at sharp 2:30, we will start our next session. Thank you.
Khanda, now we are going to have some dysphagia talk and it is my pleasure to invite Nikita Kirane as the moderator for this session. She is a very accomplished postgraduate ASLP and she has done her CCC and she's also undergoing MBA training, which is very good, hospital management, I guess. Very nice. And she's the founder of Kirane's Clinic for Speech and Swallowing. And she's also a practicing speech and swallowing pathologist. Also, one thing everybody doesn't know about her, she's also started her own Bolo dysphagia group, which is an advocacy group which she trains other clinicians by taking various workshops. So we must commend her for this venture of hers. So Bolo dysphagia is her baby, as to say, and Bhushan. त्याच्या वेळेला त्याला तुझ्या वेळेला तुझं okay. So I welcome Nikita, and it is a pleasure to have you here because we have all been in the same at the same time in college. So with Nikita we have Mr. Bhushan Jirgade, who is also a very accomplished speech and swallow pathologist at Max Super Specialty Nanavati Hospital, and they together have founded Bolo Dysphagia. So Bhushan is also the co-founder of Bolo Dysphagia, and both of them are working very nicely in speech and swallowing, and we have learnt a lot from them. And Bhushan's major achievements are he has a fellowship in voice and swallowing pathology from KIMS Trivandrum. He is also a very sought after resource person at various conferences, and his interest is in FEES, VFSS, MBS, voice disorders, and head and neck rehabilitation. Also, we have Mr. Kumel Sheikh with us, who is the founder of Neuronest Rehabilitation Center. I think we need to applaud them a little bit so they feel better. He has over 5 years of clinical experience across pediatric and adult population. He has earlier worked as a SLP at Fortis Hospital as well as Kokilaben Ambani, and we are very pleased to have him in Pune now as he is certified in vital stim, FEES, VFSS, tracheostomy management and cancer rehabilitation. So people in Pune, please listen. Next we have Ms. Fareen Khoja, please, who is also a very accomplished speech and swallow therapist. She works at Kirane's Clinic for Speech and Swallowing, and she has done her CCC SLP as well. Also, things to note from her CVR, she has the Stroke Innovation and Excellence Award in 2023, also the Manohar Memorial Award for Best Paper in Speech, which is very, very sought after. So we are very happy to all have all these 4 panelists with us. And also we have Abigail. So one chair short. You sit here with me. Yeah. So Abigail is also working as a speech language pathologist at Kirane's Speech and Swallow Clinic. Her achievements include she has received the certificate of competence for having completed foundation hands-on FEES training with past scope under supervision. She is also AAC Awaz certified professional. Her areas of interest are pediatric and language disorders, adult speech and language disorders, augmentative and alternative communication. She also has 3 papers to her credit, so we must congratulate all of them. And I welcome all of you for this panel discussion on dysphagia. Over to you, Nikita.
Okay, thank you for the great introduction. I had made these slides in black because X-rays are seen better in black. I didn't realize that it is post-lunch. It should not make you all sleep. I hope I managed to keep all of you all awake. So my topic of presentation is reading X-rays in dysphagia cases. Those of you who are working in dysphagia and who are learning dysphagia know that X-rays are very commonly advised to rule out if there is any aspiration while the therapy is going on. And a lot of times we have to rely on the physician or the ENT or any other doctor to understand the X-ray. But there is no problem in that, but there is some requirement of at least some basic knowledge that we should have ourselves to read these X-rays. So that is what the presentation is all about. So these are the type of X-rays that I've listed. Which of these X-rays do you think is the same? Are all of them the same or are they different? They're different. All of these are different, correct? Okay. Let's see what the preparation, what preparation is required for an X-ray. What are the instructions? So the patient will be told to remove all jewelry. They'll be told to change clothes waist up, and they'll probably be given a hospital gown, and the patient will be given a lead shield to wear below, like you can see. And after that, they're given a very important instruction. That is, they're told to inhale to maximum capacity. Okay, so they're told to take a very large breath and hold the breath. And that's when the X-ray is taken. That film is taken at that time. So basically, now you can see that she's aligned the patient, and the patient is standing backwards. So this is the PA view that we talk about. We saw it before. That is the posterior anterior view that we are seeing. As against that, over here you can see that the patient has the back to the X-ray machine, and that is the anterior posterior view. We'll come in the slides, we'll understand what the difference and is between the PA and the AP view and how we should interpret it. But just to know, these are the positions in which the X-ray is actually filmed while they are taking it. And also that the largest breath is captured. So whatever X-ray you're seeing, if you don't see a good vital capacity, that means that the patient has some respiratory problem or some distress, or he's not able to actually widen his lungs enough for some reason. Okay, now let's see which of these is most commonly done for dysphagia patients. Any answers? Chest X-ray lateral. Okay, chest X-ray AP is done most commonly. Lateral is this view where we don't really see anything of the X-ray. Either PA or AP is done for dysphagia cases. Out of PA and AP is done more. That is, the anterior posterior view is done more. There is a reason for it. Anterior posterior view is done for bedridden patients, and as you know, most of our patients are bedridden. Therefore, they cannot take a PA view, which is the more superior view. So let's understand what is the difference between a PA and a AP, like what is this whole thing. So a PA, that is the posterior anterior view, where the patient was standing back, to the, front to the machine. That is the actual gold standard X-ray that is taken. That is most commonly done. It has much better clarity, and it is done at a distance of 6 feet. That's when they get a good resolution of the image. As against to that, a AP view is done only in emergency and bedside patients. That is when the patient is absolutely bedridden or wheelchair bound, which is, our patients fall into this category. It gives a poorer clarity of image as compared to the PA view, and it is recorded at a closer distance, so the resolution is a little affected. So this resolution is basically, like how we had Star Plus channel, and then the same channel came in HD. So the resolution was different. So that's the same thing they're talking about. So let's see how to identify. When you see an X-ray, how do you come to know if this is a PA view or a AP view? Sometimes if you're lucky enough, like you can see in this image, a PA is written over there. So we understand that it's a PA view. But if you see this one, there is nothing written on it. We don't know what kind of a X-ray it is. So how do we understand whether it is a PA or a AP view? So the first thing, in the PA view, you see the scapula away from the lung field. So you can see over here, the scapular bone is not falling on the lung field. Are you all able to follow the scapula, everyone? Yeah. On the other side, you'll see the scapula over here, which is falling exactly on the lung field in a AP view. So that's the first and the most alarming sign to understand whether what you're seeing is a PA or a AP view image. The second thing is the clavicle is over the lung zones. So you can see the clavicle over here. In a PA view, it is much more lower as compared over here, it is more upper in the X-ray. So that's the second difference. This is not always seen very clearly, so that is why we always rely on the scapular imaging to understand whether it is a PA or a AP view. So in a PA, obviously, when the patient is standing with his chest to the machine and the back exposed, we are obviously seeing the posterior ribs, versus in an AP view, we are seeing the anterior ribs. Okay. The heart magnification is minimal in the PA view. You can see this is the heart lining. We'll come to that also in the slides ahead. This is the heart lining. It is quite less magnified as compared to here. You can see this huge bulging of the heart, right? So it is much lesser in a PA view. You can see a diaphragm at the lower level. You can see this diaphragm over here, which is much lower than the diaphragm you can see in this view. And the most interesting part for us, you can see the stomach, that is the gastric air or the fluid is visible. So you can see over here, can you see some black space on the left side over here? So that's the stomach. So when you're going to use these X-rays to see if the RT has been positioned properly when you're inserting the nasogastric tube, you want to see if it's really inserted properly into this part of the stomach. But that cannot be well appreciated in the AP view. So this is the main difference between the P and the AP view. Okay, so now let's understand how do you read the X-ray even further. How do you check the quality of an X-ray? So you know that the X-ray is not done by any doctor, it's usually done by a technician. And technicians can do a poor job, they can do a good job also. So how do you really find out if this X-ray is good enough to rely on it? Okay, so this is a abbreviation. I mean, I use it, I find it helpful, so I put it down for you. It's called RIPE, R-I-P-E. R is rotation, I is inspiration, P is projection, and E is exposure. So we are going to check all of these when we hold an X-ray first to understand if the quality of the X-ray is good enough to rely on that X-ray. So what is rotation? So you want to see if the spinal cord, if the vertebral column is aligned, whether it is straight, right, or is it rotated. So you'll see a rotation very commonly in our bedridden patients because they can't align straight. So your interpretation of the X-ray also needs to be accordingly, because the side where the rotation has happened, probably if it's the left side for example, the airfield over there will be much more enlarged as compared to the right side. So that needs to be interpreted accordingly. The second thing is the inspiration. So you remember we said the X-ray is taken when the patient takes the largest breath. So whether the distance of the lobes, whether the volume of the lobes is good enough is what you need to see in the inspiration part. The next one, sorry, I missed this. Yeah, so in the how do you check if it is large enough, the inspiration? If it's a AP view, you need to see at least 5 to 6 ribs, okay? But what you're seeing right now, can you tell me if this is a AP view or a PA view? You can see the scapula there. It is a PA view, correct, because you can see the scapula is away from the lung field. So it's a PA view, and in a PA view, you want to see at least 9 ribs. So we're going to count the ribs together. You can see this is rib number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this is a good inspiration. If I'm seeing about 9 ribs, it's a good inspiration. It's a good tidal capacity that we are seeing. But if I'm seeing anything lesser than 9 or even 8, that means I should be doubting some kind of respiratory problem that the patient may have, okay? It may be a long-standing COPD, it may be, some asthma, some bronchitis, it can be anything unrelated to dysphagia also, but it is a finding that we need to note. Okay, also what we need to see is sharply pointed costophrenic angle. Now this is something very new to us. What is a costophrenic angle? So can you see there is an angle that is made by the rib, okay, I'll just go behind, yeah, by the diaphragm and the ribs. Can you see this angle here? Yeah, so this angle needs to be sharp. It needs to be a sharp angle. You can see bilaterally there is a sharp angle. If there is blunting of the angle, like you can see over here, that is telling you there is some infection or there is some pathology in the lung on that side. Now you can see in the same patient, on one side you can see the blunting, but on the opposite side there is sharp angle visible, right? So that means that particular, now we don't know left, right because it's not written over here, but that particular lung is showing infection, okay? So that is what the blunting of the angle is telling us. Let's go to the next one, that is projection. Projection, obviously we already learned how to identify whether it is a PA or a AP view. That is what you need to identify. And the last one is the exposure, one of the most important part. A lot of times people say this is an overexposed X-ray, although it is really not overexposed. What I mean by overexposed is it is too white, right? So we all have some idea that if we see white patches on an X-ray, that's not a good finding. It's telling us that it's an infection. We know all this, right? But how do you really find out whether that white is okay or not, right? So that you understand with the exposure of the X-ray. How do you understand if this exposure is okay? So what you need to see is, you need to see if you can see the vertebra that is behind the heart, all right? So you can see that this is the heart shadow, all right? Now we are going to see if we can see the vertebra behind the heart. So can you see, oops. Can you see the vertebra behind the heart? Yes, so this exposure is fine, and all these whitish findings that you are seeing, they may be telling you of some pathology, okay? On the other hand, we'll see another X-ray. You can see the vertebra over here as well, but it is slightly less visible as compared to the first one. So the exposure is slightly more. So now when I'm seeing all these whitish patches over here, I'm not going to over conclude that it's a infection, because the exposure is slightly more. We can see that, okay? So this is telling us the quality of the X-ray. So these 4 points need to be checked as soon as you get an X-ray in your hand to understand if this X-ray is reliable or not. Now let's come to the clinical findings of the X-ray. So again, I've used an acronym there, A, B, C, D, E. A is airway, B is breathing, C is cardiac, D is diaphragm, and E is everything else, because you can see a lot of things on an X-ray which you're really not expecting. So let's start with airway. Airway, you're trying to first obviously see the trachea, and then after which you're going to see a lot of branching of the trachea downwards. So you need to identify, because it's overlapping with the esophagus, so you need to identify where the trachea is. So you can see over here, on the right hand side, the pressure of the lung has reduced, right? And therefore the trachea has been pulled to one side. Can you see that? It's been pulled to one side. So you want to see if the trachea alignment is straight or no. It needs to be right behind the esophagus, then it's fine, all right? Now again over here you can see there is an infection, complete infection on the right side. So the trachea is pulled to that side. So usually if the infection is present in one of the lungs, you will see that the trachea gets, because of negative pressure, pulled to that side of the lung. Now let's come to breathing. Breathing is usually checked with, we divide the lungs into 4 parts, that is apical, upper, middle and lower. You do not confuse this with the lobes of the lungs. The lobes are very different. That is, we know that both the lungs are do not have 2 lobes. One has 3, one has 2. So these are called zones, okay? That is apical, middle, apical, upper, middle and lower. And those, the divisions, the anatomical divisions are called as lobes, okay? Zones are basically used to describe where you're seeing the infection. So it's a way of communication. Let's say I see an infection on my X-ray and I have to call up someone and tell where I see an infection, or I want to confirm. So I'll say in the right lobe, on the right side of the lung, in the middle zone, I can see some whitish opaque patches. Can you please confirm if it's an infection? Okay, so we are just trying to locate where, you know, we are seeing the pathology. So that is zones. We should not be confusing that with the anatomical lobes. All right. Okay, now let's come to the cardiac, which is one of the very important part of an X-ray. So this is what the actual heart looks like. We just see the shadow of the heart. So you can see the shadow over here. Okay. Now you can see this is the aortic arc over here, which you're seeing here. This is the bulging. All right. Then you can see, you can see the left ventricle, which is also a very obvious bulge over here, right? So now obviously they have labeled L over here, which is left, but let's say I did not have the label. I know that the ventricle, the side where I see the ventricle is obviously the left side. We've learned from Shah Rukh Khan, heart beech mein nahi hai, hamara side mein hai, left mein hai. So that's the left side, right? So now when I'm seeing the shadow of the heart and when I'm seeing the vertebra sitting behind it, I know which side which is the left side and which is the right side of the X-ray. So that's how you conclude the cardiac findings. This size of the heart is a normal size. If you see a larger size accidentally in your X-ray, you need to reconfirm it with your physician if there is anything that needs to be assessed for cardiac reasons, all right? Coming to the diaphragm, we already discussed the costophrenic angle. That is something that you have to check for infections. And the last part is everything else. Now what do you see in here? Can you see something in the clavicle? It's a fracture. Accidental finding, it's a fracture, okay? Then you see some machines. You can see a pacemaker, you can see some electrodes over there. So all these may be accidental findings, and the patient may tell you only if you ask. They may not give you this history before, right? So they may say, हाँ वो 3 साल पहले एक operation हुआ था, and then they'll go on, but they won't tell you this before. So these are all, everything else is all the accidental findings that you see. So all in all, this is what you need to, these are the things that you need to check when you're reading your chest X-ray. You need to see if you can find the clavicle. You need to see if you can see the 3 zones, which is upper, middle and lower. You need to see if you can see the trachea and the aortic arch and the left ventricle and the gastric area of the stomach, all right? Now, what are we really using these X-rays for in dysphagia? We're using it to identify pneumonia, and we're using it to see if the RT insertion is done in place, okay? So let's see if the RT insertion is done in place or not. So this is a good RT insertion. You can see that gastric air over there, and you can see the tip of the RT over here. So you can see that the RT has been placed properly into the stomach, all right? Again over here, you can see the gastric air over here, and you can see the RT over here. So you can see that it has been placed properly. Likewise on this side as well, RT has been placed properly. What about this one? It's not. It's clearly entered the lungs, right? So this is the reason why we use an X-ray. Again, this one, this is a pediatric child, pediatric patient, where you can see that the RT has entered into the lungs, okay? So as soon as the RT insertion is done, we usually advise the patient to do a chest X-ray to confirm if the RT has really been placed into the stomach, and only then do we ask the patients to start giving food actually into the RT. Otherwise, what will happen is if it's not placed correctly, we are just directly putting food into the lungs, which is really very dangerous. Okay, that's another case of wrong RT insertion. Okay. The next thing is identifying pneumonia. We've already seen that any whitish patches on the X-ray is indicative of pneumonia. We can see here it says right middle lobe consolidation. So that they're trying to say on the right side in the middle portion we are seeing some whitish patch. Now can you tell me in this one? Do you see any whitish patch? Yeah? So this is the aortic arch over here. So we know that this is the left side. So you can see that if there's no label, there's no left, right label in this one. So we know that this is the left side. Okay, this would probably be the ventricle over here, but this is definitely not looking like the ventricle. This is a whitish patch. So we want to say that there is a whitish patch on the left side. There's also some kind of opacity that we are seeing on the right side. So it is indicative of a infection in bilateral lobes in the lower zone, correct? Okay. So these are some of the findings that I wanted to share. So a lot of times it happens that it's difficult to identify from only one X-ray. So what I usually do in my clinical practice is, I ask the patient if they have a previous X-ray which was normal, because they may have some opaque patches in which the X-ray was labeled as normal by the radiologist. So if you compare the previous X-ray to the current X-ray, it becomes a little easy for us to understand whether there was a problem or no. So you can see that it's quite black over here, which means there was no infection before. But over here you see more opacities. If you see, you can actually see the vertebral column quite clearly behind the heart, so the exposure is not more. So I'm not over-diagnosing those whitish patches over there. So it definitely is telling me that there is some kind of infection sitting there. So it's telling me that before there was no infection on baseline, but now probably during therapy, there is some initiation of infection that is happening. Okay. So how this helps me is, before this goes into a full-blown infection, we can refer the patient to the physician and start him on some medications which can curb the chances of a full-blown pneumonia. Same thing over here. This is a before picture. You can see the X-ray is quite good. Okay, there's no opacity. But if you see the after picture, you can see a lot of opacity in one side of the lung. So again, it is telling us that there is some infection that has initiated. Okay, now let's just practice. Do we have time for practice X-rays? There's just 5. Yeah, okay. So let's see practice X-rays. Can you tell me what view this is? PA view, very clearly PA view. This is the scapula over here. It's not on the lung field, so it's very clearly a PA view. Okay. All right. You may get confused because you see the aortic arch and the ventricle over here, but sometimes they send you a picture of the X-ray, and that's what reverses it. So don't get confused with that. All right. Okay. So it's a PA view, definitely. What is it? You're also seeing the gastric air over here. So that is confirming that this is the left side and this is the right side. Okay. All right. What is the finding that you see in this X-ray? Do you see a infection? Is it okay? Is the exposure okay? Is the exposure okay? Yes, you can see the vertebral column behind that, right? Okay. What about, do you see any infection over there? Yes, there's definitely some beginning of infection because there are whitish patches. We may want to confirm it once with the physician. Yeah. Okay, what about this one? Now it's labeled left, right. It's also labeled which view it is. So it is AP. You can see the aortic arch over here. You can see the difference in the clarity now actually, right? The clarity, the resolution is lost in the AP view. Do you see any infection? Okay. Do you see the RT? Is it inserted fine? There is no and yes. It's not inserted, okay? No, why? This is the left side. This is the stomach and the RT has been inserted fine. It's not in the lungs. So the RT is fine. There is slight whitish patches that you can see, but this is not an infection. This is what a normal lung looks like. This is just like a lot of practice. When you keep seeing, you will know this is not an infection. This is just an old patient. This is what an old lung X-ray looks like, a chest X-ray looks like. Okay. What about this one? Something very alarming in this X-ray. The heart is enlarged. It's so big, right? So this again could be an accidental finding, but you would want to tell your physician, whoever you're working with, that there's something alarming about this X-ray. Please look into it. Anyway, that's the referral is done. Our job is done. But what about the RT insertion? Is it okay? Do you understand the age of the patient by this X-ray? It's a pediatric X-ray. You can see like a triangular rib over there. So it's a pediatric X-ray. All right. Do you understand the view of the X-ray? Do you see the scapula on the lung field anywhere? No. So it's a PA view, right? Okay. Do you see the heart is enlarged? So we are not able to still make out left, right with this kind of a heart. But you can see gastric air over here. So this is the left side. And the RT has gone into the stomach. So the RT insertion is fine, right? What about opacities? Do you see any opacities? The exposure looks fine. You can see the column behind the heart. No opacities also. So we are not seeing any infection over here. Last one. What view is this? PA view. And RT is okay? No. RT has been inserted into the airway, and also we are seeing some sign of infection on the right hand side, right? All right. So I think I was decent enough in giving you a brief of an X-ray. All right. So this is what we had made for bolo dysphagia when we had taken up this talk in bolo dysphagia. That is you pose, we expose. And thank you very much for listening to me. These are my ways to contact. Thank you so much for the opportunity for the talk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Kumel Hadi Sheikh. So today I am going to tell about the role of SLP in tracheostomy care patients. So we will see the from ICU to the decannulation, what all things we do for the tracheostomy patients. So basically, we'll see what is tracheostomy. So tracheostomy is a procedure which uh, tracheostomy is a procedure in which an artificial opening is created in a throat to assist patient breathing or to create an alternative airway. It is a very common procedure in patient with prolonged ICU stays or ventilator support. So the major indication for tracheostomies are, we'll see for the A for the airway obstruction, B for the breathing if the respiratory insufficiency is there, and C we will see the for the clearance. So these major are the indication where there can be chances for doing the tracheostomy. So for the airway obstruction, where the upper airway obstruction is blocked, at the risk majorly in the tumors, trauma patients, laryngeal or oral cancer patients, facial neck injuries, infections, vocal cord paralysis, there are chances for the airway obstruction. So there is need for tracheostomy to be done. Breathing and respiratory insufficiency, when a patient cannot maintain adequate ventilation, prolonged mechanical ventilation common in ICU. So most of the neurological patients, which is more there like a month who are in ICUs, they are kept on ventilators and all. So there can be chances for airway obstruction and breathing respiratory insufficiency would be there. So in that patient, tracheostomy can be done. So clearance of secretions. Most of the neurological patients have uh, weak lungs, so they cannot clear out, they cannot cough. So there are chances where if they got pneumonia, aspirations, there are chances for lung collapse. So in that patient, for secretions and all, to clear out, most of the patient have been tracheostomized. So there are types of tracheostomy procedure. There are various types of tracheostomy procedure depending on the circumstances of the patients and the treatment. Mostly it is emergency tracheostomy, elective tracheostomy, permanent tracheostomy, percutaneous tracheostomy, mini tracheostomy, also known as tracheothyroidectomy. So we will not go into these types and all in more details. Just wanted to know, because when we are doing the bedside evaluation and how it is happened and why it happened, just for the information for our swallowing assessment and treatment part, we should be knowing this. So these are the part of the tracheostomy. So basically if you see, so this is the cannula, outer cannula, which is fitted inside the larynx. Then the inner cannula. This is the balloon and the pilot balloon and valve, where we inflate the cuff and deflate the cuff. Sorry. So if we inflate the air inside this balloon, the cuff we see here get air inside and it get fixed inside the larynx, and the upper airway is obstructed, and there is a airway created here from the stoma and the tracheostomy. So these are the types of the tube. There are many types of the tube, cuff, uncuffed, fenestrated and all, but we will not look into all the types. We will just focus on the two main types, which is fenestrated and non-fenestrated tracheostomy tube. Fenestrated tube is in this tube, the opening on the curved part of the tube allow air to pass. So there is an opening in the fenestrated tube, and just basically in the non-fenestrated tube there is no opening. So fenestrated tube is basically done in low risk of aspiration patient, where they can breathe through the vocal cord, upper airway is not so much obstructed. They can feel, might be with the help of speaking valve. There are many chances to like the voice can be produced with the fenestrated tube. So what is the role of SLP in tracheostomy? So the role of SLP in tracheostomy is the swallowing assessment, aspiration risk management, swallow therapy and rehabilitation, cough management, speaking valve use, feeding modification, secretion management, and the decannulation management. So basically we'll start with the bedside swallowing protocol. So basically the bedside swallowing protocol for the tracheostomy patient should be always be done in a team approach, where ENT, pulmonologist and every other professional should be included, because of high risk of aspiration can be there in these patients. So after taking a bedside eval, basically We'll see for the diagnosis, how is the, like, what is the diagnosis of the patient? He is a stroke patient, TBI patient, neuro case is there, or any. What is the reason of the tracheostomy? Then the duration of the intubation, current respiratory status, oxygen required or not required, chest X-ray findings, respiratory aspiration pneumonia, history, current findings, feeding route, if he is NG tube feeding or he is a PEG feeder. Then we also check for the alertness and cognitive status, ability to follow commands, and medication affecting the alertness. These history we should be taking at the time of bedside evaluation, because these help us for further procedures what we are going to do it, like for the cuff deflation, inflation. If is a tube is a cuff tube or uncuffed tube, where we find out there will be aspiration or there should be aspiration or there shouldn't be aspiration. So basically, after this, we'll see the basic protocol we use is a oromechanical examination, where we see the lip seal, tongue movement, weakness is there or not, jaw movement is there or not, palatal movement is there or not. We'll see the basic movement for the oral structure and mechanism. After we'll go for the tracheostomy assessment, where we see the type of tracheostomy tube, which tracheostomy tube is fitted, which is cuff tube or uncuffed tube, fenestrated tube, which type is fitted. According to that, we will see for the cuff management, deflation and inflation management. The size of the tube, which matters a lot. Because of that, cuff inflation and deflation depends on the size of the tube, how much ml of like air we have to inflate in the tube. So date of tracheostomy, secretions and all, how much secretion is there for the patient. If we cannot directly deflate the tube and start doing it, because we need to see the load of the secretion for the tracheostomy patient. If there is much more patient is having more secretions, so there could be more chances of aspiration and lungs can be more chances of pneumonia to be happening. Then humidification status. Is there any humidification given to that tracheostomy patient? Frequency of suctioning. If the tube is cuff, confirm whether cuff can be safely deflated or not. So after these things, we will go to the curve deflation trial. Basically, these are the inflated and the deflated tracheostomy tube. The tube is fitted and accordingly, and this is the balloon we inflate after the inflation. This tube look like this inside the larynx. So it gets fitted with the tube, and there is no chance of aspiration to be happening. As usual, there will be very few risk of aspiration after tracheostomy tube is fitted as well, but it will much more safer. So we will, after for deflation trial, we will check for the respiratory status. We will check for the stable vitals are not there. Respiratory generally less than minimal 30 minutes would be there. Respiratory rate. Then stable oxygen saturation is there or not. No severe respiratory distress is there. Can tolerate sitting, upright movement, because after changing the movement, the diaphragmatic movement of the lungs is changed. So it changes in the respiratory rate of the patient. So accordingly, we will check if the patient is able to breathe properly after doing in upright movement or not. If this is happening, we can go forward. If not, we will desaturation is there, excessive coughing is there after deflation, increased work of immediate inflation is been required. If the SpO2 goes below 90, so immediate inflation of the tracheostomy tube is been required, because we want more base of the saturation to be maintained properly above 90 to 92%. So for the deflation trial, we should confirm the patient is appropriate or not. We will check for the pre-deflation preparation. For pre-deflation preparation, we will be keeping all the things which we used for the after deflation, like the oxygen and all is there or not, suctioning machine is there or not, and then after that, how is the respiratory. We should be prepared with these things. Baseline observation, patient is alert or not, is dizzy or what. Then after that baseline observation, then we should go for the deflation of the curve, because most of the time there are chances, if we are doing a deflation on the first time, there could be chances of the tracheostomy patient to desaturate, and at that moment, if we inflate, at that moment we should be giving him oxygen to maintain his saturation level and suctioning, because there could be chances after deflation there might be some particles on the we will say tracheostomy tube which can go inside the lung, there could be chances of this. So it may increase pneumonia or something. So stop trial, significant desaturation if is not there, excessive fatigue if you feel, breathlessness and all, coughing, more of coughing if you feel, see, more of pulling and secretion is getting outside, so immediately stop the deflation trials. So if the patient tolerate the deflation trial, we will go for the speaking valve trial. More major part for the communication and swallowing as well. So the major part, as we said, for the swallowing, if we put the speaking valve is a basically one-way valve where the patient can inhale, but he cannot exhale. But after the, if he is tolerating deflation trial, which is minimum, he should tolerate around 20 minutes around for the deflation and all. So we will put the speaking valve. After that, we will check for his voice. How is his voice? His voice is weak, wet, or gurgly voice is there present or not. Then on that basis, the speaking valve is done. Ability to is he vocalized or not? So on this basis, speaking valve we have put the patient. If he is tolerating speaking valve, in this also there can be chances after putting speaking valve as well. The patient cannot tolerate the saturation. So we have like might be possible in the first day if we put the speaking valve. At that time also the patient can speak. There will be like murmur sound or less voice would be there. But it can be like it will take time for the patient to get, because if he is like a long prolonged patient in the ICU, there could be chances he will be able to speak immediately. So after the speaking valve trial, we will mostly see for the secretion management. If the patient is drooling, pooling secretions are there, need for the frequent suctioning, ability to clear secretions, and poor secretion management are there. So if like patient is having more of secretion, so we need to clear out the secretion, how much time of suctioning has been done. So we should look out this like protocol, secretion management protocol, where the patient is like after deflation and all, after putting speaking valve, the secretion is reducing or not. So we should look out to this protocol where we will feel the secretion has been reduced. Mostly, as usual, the supraglottic air pressure increases after the speaking valve trial more. So it will help in the swallowing as well for the patients. So for swallowing assessment in bedside, majorly we do the 4-finger test before doing any other test for the swallowing assessment. So for the 4-finger placement method is for you place your finger on the patient neck to feel the movement of swallow. So index finger under the chin, middle finger on the hyoid bone, ring finger on the thyroid column, and little finger just below the cricoid. So what do you assess during a swallow? So we assess upward and forward movement, hyolaryngeal elevation we say. So the timing of the swallow initiation, strength of the movement, and return to the resting position. So these bedside evaluation we are saying for 4-finger test, it gives a we will not say the proper, but it gives us a simple thing where we can start or we cannot start for the oral trials or for the swallowing and all. So a blue dye test. So it is mostly used in tracheostomy patient, the blue dye test. So majorly used, but it is a screening test. It is not an instrumental evaluation or something. So just a blue dye is mixed with thin liquid, and we check. We give 1 ml or 2 ml of liquid to the patient and the tracheostomy by deflating the cuff, and we see if the patient is aspirating or not. If we give his swallows, and we'll check if we suction from the tracheostomy tube, and if we see the blue dye, so it means that the patient is aspirating. Most of the patient with silent aspiration cases can be seen with the blue dye test failing. And if he is passing, so it's basically I follow a rule. So I do a blue dye test. So I do twice. So one for first immediate suctioning is would I use, where I will give 1 ml of 1 to 2 ml of liquid mixed with dye and suction it immediately. And also I do this thing after half an hour as well, because most of the chances there could be chances that the patient cannot aspirate on the liquid, but there are chances the patient can aspirate on the saliva. So in that test, after half an hour, we can see some of the dye seen in the suctioning protocol. So if according to that, we will say if he is aspirating, he is fit for the oral trials or not. After this, we are mostly used, but he's at the end, blue dye test is not so much reliable. We just for the check, if we can start with the oral trials as well, or if we can do the instrumental evaluation is the better evaluation for swallowing, as we say. So swallow trial, what we do in the swallow trial after the BU diet test, if the BU diet test passes, the most of the we do the swallow trial. We'll start with the dry swallow. Most of the patient will like, which will give us the as we say, for swallowing the best technique is the swallowing only, where the swallowing make the hyolaryngeal elevation and different things much more better. So we'll start with the dry swallow test, ice chip protocols, and slowly, gradually progressing to the different solids and textures. So what are the signs of aspiration we can see after if we'll start with the oral trial? There could be chances after starting as well, because we are seeing on the like very less quantity of amount for the test and evaluation. But when we start with the oral trial, we will make sure the patient should be having his a proper meal, a bowl for weaning off his tracheostomy, for weaning out of his for RT. We will see for the major chunk of food he will be having. So continuous doing the swallowing trial as well, we need to check for the aspirations and all. So there could be signs of aspiration where should we stop immediately if you notice coughing or choking, wet or gurgly voice, SpO2. This is like we can see during swallow, the major which I have seen for the tracheostomy patient, the SpO2 drops within 3 to 5% immediately when they are aspirating, and there is no signs of silent aspiration, no coughing is there, nothing, but the SpO2 drops immediately. So increased respiratory rate is one of the sign. Food, liquid for tracheostomy, silent aspirations, no cough, but desaturation would be there. So check for the voice again, as we are putting on the speaking valve, we'll check for the voice. How is the voice now after giving the food? If he is gurgly, then we will stop with the food trials. So special consideration in tracheostomy patient. Most of them, doctor I have seen, they tell that the food should be given while inflating the cuff. So it is, I feel it shouldn't be given by inflating the cuff, which actually if the tracheostomy is inflated, then it won't be difficult. So instrumental evaluation which is seen in the tracheostomy patient, essentially because bedside swallow examination can miss out the silent aspiration. So most of the instrumental evaluation which is used in major in swallowing is FEES and VFSS, the fiber optic evaluation. The visible endoscope is passed through the nose to directly view the pharynx and larynx during swallowing. So in tracheostomy patient can be done, it is a basic thing which can be done at the bedside. No radiation exposure will be there. Cuff inflated versus deflated, we can see both the things. With or without the speaking valve, can directly see secretion, penetration, aspiration, vocal fold movement, we can see easily. So in the FEES, majorly in the video fluoroscopy, it's a dynamic X-ray study where patients swallow barium of different consistency. It is important because it is we'll say it's a gold standard swallow assessment test where we visualize oral phase, pharyngeal phase, and the upper esophageal phase. In tracheostomy patient, assessment we'll see for the timing of the swallow, laryngeal elevation, aspiration, helps to plan the diet and dietary modification as well. So the VFSS gives us the timing as well and different visualization as well for the tracheostomy patient. So this is the one of the video, you can see the tracheostomy tube. So see, this is the aspiration. So with cuff inflation and deflation, we can see this. So we see for the after oral trials on all everything, we go for the decannulation procedure. So if the readiness criteria, all these things which we have explained now are the readiness criteria for the decannulation procedure only. The criteria before starting, the patient should have stable respiratory status, SpO2 should be stable, above 92% would be there, no respiratory distress, effective cough, he will be able to cough out his secretions and all everything, able to clear secretion independently, minimum suctioning should be needed, airway patiently, no significant upper airway obstruction, swallow safely. So the level of consciousness should be alert. So after that, basically tracheostomy is BDU. These are the stepwise decannulation where we have seen the cuff deflation trial, deflated cuff, inflated cuff, everything. Speaking valve trial, as I have explained the speaking valve, what we do, it's a one-way valve where we just put the speaking valve and we'll see the voice output and all. If the patient is able to tolerate for like around 20 to 24 hours, then we will see for the further consideration for tracheostomy tube decannulation. Capping is the major procedure. It's the end procedure where we see for the capping after the speaking valve and all. Tube is completely capped. So where speaking valve is not there, where anything is there. So in speaking valve there would be a like if we say it's a one-way valve. So in capping there is nothing is there. Only the breathing is airway is obstructed, and in upper airway through upper airway only the patient is able to breathe. So with this thing, we will see for the if the patient is able to tolerate or this for around 20 to 24 hours and 48 hours. So if the capping is done properly and the patient is stable with proper SpO2 and vitals are stable, we will see for the decannulation procedure. Downsizing of the tube. So in some of the patients, he is not able to tolerate the capping trials, and in also some of the patient the lungs is not working properly, means it is weak. So there we feel downsizing of the tube should be done for just for the suctioning of the secretion, because of the lungs is not able to work and cannot clearance out air. So downsizing of the tracheostomy tube is done. Final decalcination, remove of tracheostomy tube, cover stoma with sterile. So it's one of the my patient where he was fitted with just with speaking valve, GBS patient. He was after 75 to 80 days of in ICU long procedure. Voice is. Hours. तो ये निकालना पड़ेगा, ऐसे करना पड़ेगा. Is it audible?
It will be very good and more clear now. At least I used to have all my pride. It was such a pain I love.
So he was a patient with GBS. So after 75 days, he heard his voice with on the speaking valve, with putting of the oxygen and everything. He was such happy that if I'll die now, I will be like, it's okay for me, because after 75 days he was such trained that he used to tell us like, now I have got the secretion, there is a secretion in my lungs, there is secretion above my vocal cord, subglottis. He was so trained because that much of amount of suctioning we used to do for this patient every time, like around 20 to 30 times in a day suctioning would be done to this patient, oral suctioning and all. After hearing his voice, he was such amazed, and he was like, and slowly now he's a fit and fine person. He is alive now, he's done, he's having good, he's swallowing well, he's done. So as an SLP, I feel proud that we just putting a speaking valve. We feel that it's just a speaking valve. It's not just a speaking valve. We feel that we give a better life to a person where he's hearing his voice after 75 days. It was like a great thing for him. So I would like to end my presentation here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. And we are going to talk about how we can go from the difficulty to ease in managing dysphagia effectively. We are going to talk about the techniques. We are going to see few cases of how the technique works and which technique can be done. All of you might be aware about the assessment of dysphagia, and you might be doing in your regular day-to-day life, clinics, hospitals, and all. So it's an overview. We will be going a little fast. Okay. So challenges. There are challenges after the assessment, that what one should eat and how we can help the individual to eat and what specific strategies to be used. The patient should be on the oral feeding, NG tube feeding, or a PEG tube feeding, and there are these questions, and we have to tackle all these questions to achieve a safe and effective swallow for the individual. So there are many approaches in the dysphagia management: prophylactic and eclectic, direct and indirect, you might be knowing about it, compensatory and rehabilitative, and medical and surgical approaches. The goal of all these approaches is to identify and establish the safest and most efficient way to swallow for the individual. We are predominantly going to see all these three approaches. We are not going to look about the medical and surgical approaches, and there is a different kind of a classification of all these approaches are there. We will see one by one. Moving on to prophylactic and eclectic approach. What is a prophylactic? Before the issue or before the difficulty starts, we have to start our swallow rehabilitation. So the cases like the research has showed, the cases like amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or the patients who are planned for the glottic, who has a glottic cancers and planned for the radiation program, in those patients, if we start our swallow rehabilitation program first, it gives a better results. Where the eclectic approach, we are aware about it, the patients with stroke, Guillain-Barré syndrome, or any kind of a medical issues leading to a dysphagia, for them the therapy program will be executed, the assessment will be done, and the intervention will be done. Moving on to the compensatory approach, it is a first approach in the after seeing the patient. It involves the control of the food bolus and the elimination of aspiration. It is predominantly in the clinician's hand, where he has to modify the diet, he has to compensate, he has to teach the techniques and go ahead with this. It can be used in all age groups and for the all cognitive levels with the all cognitive level individuals. It is further bifurcated into postural modification and consistency modifications. So these are the basic postures you can see, which we predominantly use in our day-to-day clinical practice. The chin tuck is a most useful and most used technique in the literature, and also the least useful technique is a side lying down, which has a reduced pharyngeal contraction. In those cases, the techniques can be used. You can see every posture and the rationale, or in which cases it can be used, written in front of it. The images will show you how it can be executed. Moving on to the consistency modification, IDDSI framework you might be knowing, 0 to 7 levels of food diet are there. We modify the consistency. We use this consistency modification for our clinical assessment also, as well as for the instrument analysis also. We see which is the best safest consistency. It helps us to have a better safe swallow, to decide the safest consistency, to facilitate the oral diet. Where there is a delay in triggering pharyngeal swallow, the consistency modification can be done. Where there is a weak pharyngeal clearance is there, the consistency modification helps better way. Also, along with that, if there is any kind of a oral musculature weakness is there, the consistency modification, if it is done, it helps to use the direct exercises for all those musculature and strengthen those musculatures. Moving on to the rehabilitative techniques. So in the rehabilitative techniques, there are two types, direct and indirect. You all might be aware about it. Direct techniques, where we use the food items for the swallow therapy. We give the instructions and the patient is able to swallow it very well. Where the indirect therapy program or an indirect approach, it involves the exercise program on the saliva swallow, but no food or a liquid is to be given. And both these approaches can be used in the swallow rehabilitation together. We will move on to the direct first. So direct strategies, this classification of techniques or approaches has been given by Dr. Jaikumar and his team in his book on the cancer rehabilitation, where they have bifurcated it on the strap muscle exercises, airway protection exercises, which are predominantly our swallow maneuvers, and tongue-based exercises, where the tongue base will be used or trained to have a better swallow. Moving on to the stretch exercises, we can see the stretch exercise. It moves the larynx up and down and side to side to prevent the food entering from the airway. You can see the neck exercise has been done. Everyone is aware about the Mendelssohn's maneuver, where the Mendelssohn's maneuver has been, the larynx is raised up and the glottic change has been reduced, the laryngeal elevation will be managed, and the safety of the swallow can be achieved. Moving on to the supraglottic swallow, you can see where we have to inhale, hold the breath, swallow, 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 and we have to exhale the air from the mouth. Remember, the Susan Langmore has mentioned that we don't have to cough after the swallow. If we cough, and if there is a stasis in the vallecula or in the pyriform, we are allowing those stasis to go into the larynx, and we are making patient more prone to have the aspiration. Moving on to the supraglottic swallow, which is predominantly used in patients with tracheostomy tube, where we have to inhale, the patient has to pull his hands. It is called as a Bastian sign, and it can be done. This technique is also used with the reduced closure of the airway entrance, like a vocal cord palsy, unilateral vocal cord palsy. In those patients, it can be used. The Masako maneuver, everyone knows that it's a tongue-based exercise where we have to hold the tongue between our teeth and we have to swallow without leaving the tongue. The effortful and repeated swallow, where one has to do it on the saliva or on the food also, where you can see the demonstrators, the neck, you can see the really hard efforts has been put and the multiple swallows has been done. For the impaired tongue-based strength, vocal cord adduction, the gargling exercise also can be done. It can be used on the saliva also, where there is too much of secretions are there, or on a 1 spoon of water, it can be used and it can be done. Moving on to the indirect exercises. These are the indirect exercises which we are aware about it. The regular, which we have learned, like a lip, tongue and jaw exercises, which are the range of motion and the strength exercises, we all aware about it. Moving on to the soft palate strengthening exercises, the sound production like ka, kha, ga, ga, repeatedly, it will help us to have a better soft palate strengthening. And the new instrument which is available in India also, the expiratory muscle strengthening training, the instrument can be used and it can be done. Only there is a one correction in this video. One has to hold his cheeks and then he has to bowl. Then individual has to blow. Then all the expiratory muscles will be trained. Without that, the patient may feel a lot of pressure on his cheeks. Okay. The indirect exercises, laryngeal exercises, which lifts the larynx up. One is the shakers exercise, which is isometric. You can see the one has to hold the neck for the 20 seconds or the 30 seconds, and it can be done. The repetitive, which is a isokinetic exercise, when one has to do it up and down motion in the lying down position. Imagine if your patient is not able to do this, then there are medical beds are available. You can do it in a different angle, like a 90 degree, 120 degree, 130 degree. In those way also you can do it, and you can ask the patient to go for it. Not necessary patient should do it this way only. Maybe in future patient will be able to do it if you train the patient. Moving on to the chin tuck against resistance, it targets the suprayoid muscles, again improves the laryngeal elevation and the opening of the UES opening. The patients found that the CTR exercise easier and less tiring than the shakers exercise. As I mentioned, if the patient is not in that condition to do it, you can use a ball, you can use a CTR instrument, or just holding a chin tightly and asking the patient to look down, that also will help. Otherwise, you can give the thrust to the forehead and ask the patient to swallow. It is again considered as a CTR exercise. Moving on to the laryngeal range of motion exercises, one is a pitch exercise. So when you go on the pitch glides, actually you are elevating the larynx up and larynx down. The vocal cord exercise, which we all have learned, which is a push and pull exercise, it can be done along with the phonation. And the voluntary cuffing, that will also will help to have an abrupt closure of the vocal cords. Okay. Moving on to the further thermotactile stimulation, we all aware about it. We have to use the laryngeal Miller with the cold water, cold stimulation. We have to stimulate the pharyngeal, we have to stimulate the facial pillars, base of the tongue, and the soft palate also if possible. And the patient has to, the important part is after doing this, patient has to swallow. You have to ask the patient to swallow the saliva. Just doing that is not going to make any magic. So always remember, as you do it, ask the patient to initiate a swallow. After that, the ice chips protocol is very much famous. It is said that it reduces the secretions. Also, it will act as a stimulus for the patient to swallow. Imagine you are asking patient to swallow the saliva maybe 10 times. Maybe different programs they tell, okay, patient should swallow the saliva for 100 times. It's not easy. Just imagine you are just having a tube in the nose and you are asking patient to swallow the saliva. It doesn't work with every patient, right? So this ice chips protocol or the thermal stimulation will act as a stimulus for the patient to swallow. The very famous NEMS, that is a neuromuscular electrical stimulation. The motor endings and the sensory endings of the larynx will be stimulated with the NMES instrument. It improves the cortical control of the swallowing and it helps to have a better strength of the suprahyoid muscles. And as we know, taste and temperature to elicit a swallow. All of you have done the massage in the cheeks inside with the lemon, with the honey and all those things. With the finger or with the spoon it can be done, and the manual therapeutic massage, that also can be given. Always remember, if you are doing any kind of a temperature or taste stimulation, the secretion management first you have to take into consideration. After that only, you should elicit that and it will help to your patient. So to summarize, this is all the techniques, everything has been mentioned in this. We have gone through this. So how it works? Only one technique will help with our patient? No. So in the swallow therapy program, we have to use the adequate proper posture, consistency modification, swallow maneuvers, exercises, and everything we have to use it. Combination of this will give us a better results. There are many studies has been done. This is a recent study in 2024, which is a meta-analysis. They have used a traditional swallow therapy program also, EMST also, and the combination of that, they have proved that the combination of all the exercises gives into the better outcomes. So how to go ahead? How to manage the patient? Observe the behavior. So whenever you are doing a clinical assessment or any kind of an instrumental assessment, you should be thorough with what you are going to observe and what you have to check with the patient. Then use the evidence-based techniques which we have seen and execute those techniques based on the observed behavior, which will help the patient to have a better swallow function. So let's see in detail. The important is with respect to oral cavity, we check the voice quality and the bolus management. With respect to the pharyngeal swallow reflex we see and the laryngeal elevation, which is the very much important. And overall we have to see the airway safety and efficiency swallow, how it is happening clinically or instrumentally. Observe, note down pathological findings and give related exercises from evidence-based practices. So let's go and plan ahead. If it's a patient on the complete oral diet, he can have it independently. If he pass the clinical assessment, instrumental assessment, he can have the oral diet independently. If you feel he might be having a mild dysphagia, moderate dysphagia, not able to manage a one single or a two consistencies, there will be a oral plus eternal feeding or a tube feeding can be can go ahead with that. It can be done under supervision using the techniques in a direct way and with the exercise program in the indirect way, or independently if the patient is able to do, can go ahead. The patient who fails all the testings can go on the non-oral feeding diet and the only indirect therapy program will go ahead. So we'll see one example. It's a 58 years old male, known case of lateral medullary syndrome, had absent laryngeal elevation initially. This video has been taken after almost 2 months of therapy, and bilateral laryngeal adductor reflex was absent on the fees testing. On the video fluoroscopy, there is no cricopharyngeal spasm and there are bilateral vocal cords are mobile. So you can see the trial feed has been given. Patient is using a supraglottic swallow. You can see the NMES instrument has been used and the patient is trying to use the technique of the supraglottic swallow. Along with that, the throat clearing was also be done, but the patient is failed to combine all the techniques and do it on this swallow. Okay. So as I mentioned, when there is an indirect swallow therapy technique is going on, like a NMES is going on, all the exercises going on. Along with that, we can give the food bolus and train the patient and the patient muscles to have a better swallow function and the execution of all these techniques. So this was the program which I was doing with the patient. Shakir's exercise, pitch, CTR, chemo, thermotactile stimulation, NMES, stretch exercise, ice-chips protocol, EMST, voluntary throat clearing, and the voluntary cough was used. So in conclusion, every case is different. Swallowing field is still evolving. As the EMS is there, different kind of NMES instruments are there. Different techniques are coming. Last year I spoke about the advances in dysphagia, where I introduced about the boot camp of the swallow therapy program, where they have mentioned about the 45 minutes of regular exercises 3 times a day. Just imagine 45 minutes, the patient has to do only exercises. Such programs are coming. Different apps, guided books, everything is coming, and we have to learn all the time. Combination of swallow exercises and approaches are possible and can lead to a better outcomes. The research has also shown that, and selection of appropriate approaches is most important for the better swallow rehabilitation. So if you feel a patient with a stroke who has a gurgly voice and you have done a clinical evaluation and he's coughing, and you feel, oh, his speech is just dysarthria, there is nothing, he will improve. Sorry, it may not be the case for each and every case. So all the time you have to take a adequate right decision about the eclectic approach or a prophylactic approach, direct therapy or an indirect therapy, and which techniques to use, that we have to decide. So finally, I always say, if you know or if you don't know, finally ask about dysphagia, speak about dysphagia, discuss with dysphagia, let's bolo dysphagia. Thank you. Okay, so now we will move ahead with the panel discussion about the dysphagia, and we will see. So these are our panelists, which we are going to do the panel discussion. It will be upon on the instrumental interaction about elevating dysphagia knowledge, predominantly the assessment and a little bit of therapeutic part also we are going to cover. We will see how it goes, and let's learn about dysphagia. Okay, so all of you ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's move on to the first question. What I'm thinking, we'll ask the one question to each one of you. Or if anyone wants to add into that, you can raise the hand or you can say and you can add the points with respect to that. There is one more mic. Okay, so let's start. Okay. So the first question I would like to ask to Kumel, what are the primary contraindications for fees that would make the video fluoroscopy is the only choice for the swallow assessment?
Mostly, if I'll give the answer, will be the nasal trauma. Then nasal trauma would be there. Nose bleeding will be there. Anything which can affect the airway, which can affect the scope to pass through the nasal, would be chances we cannot do the fees.
Okay.
There is also a possibility of infectious like HIV patient or hepatitis where we can't use the scope because it will infect the scope. So then we have to go with VFS.
Yeah, that's right. Also, patients who have just undergone the radiation treatment, who has completed the radiation just for a week or 10 days, all the internal mucosa will be the irritated one. In those patients also, the first choice would be the video fluoroscopy. But compared to the fees, we can do the indirect laryngoscopy first. Direct laryngoscopy first. Instead of flexible, we can do the direct laryngoscopy, and then patient can be taken for this thing. Okay. Anyone wants to add anything in that?
I think another common reason is many patients just get scared of anything passing through their nose. Many of them go into an arrest.
Right.
So in patients like that, then I think fees would not be a good choice.
Yes, definitely. Okay, we'll move on to the question number 2. For the Fareen, okay. Which assessment is superior for visualizing the management of oropharyngeal secretions and why?
Sir, I think my choice will be fees because when we enter, we pass the scope and we are looking at the larynx, we can see the secretions that are already present, where the pooling is and how the patient is managing it in real time. Actually, we can visualize it on the screen. So I think fees will be a better option for viewing the oropharyngeal secretions.
Yeah, please.
I would choose VFSs because of oropharyngeal secretion and all, because while doing also for the barium traces and all, different thing can be seen more in VFSs for oropharyngeal as well as pharyngeal time. So most of the things can be visualized on time in VFS as well.
Okay, okay, yeah. The point is partially right, I would say, huh? But as she has mentioned, the looking what is exactly happening or what is the present status, that is very much important. Though it might be a oral secretions or a nasal secretions or a pharyngeal secretions, the visualization of secretions is very much important. So I think I would go for the fees first with respect to her. But I would like to mention one more point over here, that the quantity of the secretions, how much is the quantity of the secretions? The patient has a little gurgly voice and he is able to manage on the throat clearing, or the patient is keep on coughing completely on the secretion management, having episodes of aspiration pneumonia. Considering all these situations, the fees would be the best test to go ahead with. Yep. Moving on to the third question for Abigail. If a patient presents with a primary complaint of a food getting stuck in the lower throat or chest, which test should be the first choice?
In this situation, I think I would opt for VFSS because given the primary complaint being lower throat chest area, the way we position the patient for a VFSS, it can visualize structures right from the oral cavity all the way through the esophagus down to the stomach. So that will give us a good understanding of where, at which area, the patient is experiencing that difficulty and where that challenge is. So I think VFSS would be a better option.
One question to you only, but before that, visualization of the chords will help more, or what do you think?
Yes, of course. That again, I would say, since the question is more on the chest and below, so I think that way VFSS. But of course, if it is around the laryngeal area, then visualization of the chords is important, and I think that way fees would be a good choice.
Yeah, the question to all of you, what that one feature will tell you that you should do the laryngoscopy first and then go for the video fluoroscopy? The patient has come with you with respect to this, and patient said there is a food stuck. What is the one key feature you will see, or will you ask the patient while taking the case history, or will you will understand and you think first we'll go for the laryngoscopy? Definitely the video fluoroscopy is the best in this case, but what would be the first question or one observation you will understand that you think, we should do the laryngoscopy at least?
You ask the patient from when does he have this history. Sometimes he's probably eaten something that has gotten stuck, like a fish bone or something, that could be identified, on a fees better. Also, I think one thing that I wanted to add was anything lower than the lower throat is sensed as lower throat by the patient. So anything in the esophagus, there is no sensation there. So they come with complaints of something getting stuck in the lower throat. So this is a very, you have to screen all over to understand where it is actually stuck.
Yeah. Do you think the voice quality will also tell us? The breathiness of the voice will contribute in this?
Yes.
So in those cases, will you do a laryngoscopy first, or you will directly take the patient for the fluoroscopy?
So my answer is I would do a fees, not a VFS.
Okay.
And if I don't see anything on a fees, I'll probably do a TNE. But definitely a fees, because you can visualize structures in a better way for something that is this stuck in throat complaint as compared to a VFS. If I don't find anything on a fees, then probably a VFS.
Okay. Also, one of the important part while taking a case is like, do you feel getting stuck after the swallow or while swallow? That will also tell us the information about when the issue of the swallowing is happening. While swallowing or after the swallowing, after 2 minutes or 3 minutes, patient is feeling there is a stuck. That will also give you the a light idea about it's a pharyngeal issue or more a esophageal issue. Am I right? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So the next question for the Nikita, how do you infer the whiteout, and do you see it? How do you see it, and how do you diagnose it?
Okay, the whiteout phase is something that is noticed when we do fees, and it is a phenomenon that is noticed because the tissue presses against the camera of the fees. That's how you see a whiteout. It is presumed that a hyolaryngeal excursion is causing the tissue to close the camera and that is giving us the whiteout, but that is not always the case. Sometimes it can be the soft palate, sometimes it can be the epiglottis that can block the camera, which is giving us the whiteout. Sometimes it can be the pharyngeal wall also. So I think whiteout is to be diagnosed with a lot of clinical understanding of the swallow, along with understanding what overall clinical signs are shown. Only then can we understand if the whiteout is correlating to the hyolaryngeal excursion or is it telling us about some other closure.
One more question I would like to ask you about this. What about a delayed swallow, where there is a delayed whiteout phase you are seeing? So what do you see after, before the whiteout, or how you will diagnose this, the phase findings?
So in a delayed whiteout, we will definitely be seeing some premature spillage into the laryngeal vestibule. So what we'll be seeing is we'll see food trickle down on the base of the tongue, probably the vallicula. It may go even beyond. And then it is followed by a whiteout. So that is telling us that the trigger is much lower. The trigger has to be in the faucial pillar in the mouth, posterior part of the mouth. But it's only when the food is going so low, then the swallow trigger is happening. So that's telling us about delayed whiteout phase.
Okay. And if the patient is aspirating on that, so how you will diagnose it, or what you will take it as a score?
We need to understand what kind of aspiration, whether it is primary or secondary. Sometimes it may be primary, that is, it's probably directly falling into the airway. Sometimes it's trickling from around, it's going over the aryepiglottic fold and then it is entering, or it's sitting for too long in the pyriform and then it is spilling into the airway. That then will be secondary aspiration. So we need to understand that. Usually the primary and secondary aspiration is not always associated with no whiteout. We can see a whiteout and we can still see a primary and a secondary aspiration. So just because we see a whiteout, we should not forget to check for aspiration after that.
Exactly, exactly. So though there is a whiteout phase, maybe it's a normal or maybe it's a delayed. Remember that after that you have to see the larynx, if there is any kind of a penetration or aspiration is there or not. So we have learned that there is a whiteout, oh, swallow is normal. That may not be the case in each and every case. Moving on to the next question for the Kumail. How does the sensory component of the swallowing assessment differ between the two tests? What do you think, which is the best for the sensory testing or a sensory component?
So I'll prefer most fees, as we see the more of visualization in direct visualization in flexible endoscopy. For sensory components, we can directly tie we check the reflexes, like for laryngeal adductor reflexes and all. So where we'll feel the reflexes for sensories are working or not. On that basis, we will choose the test for fees, and direct visualization can be done. Where in VFSS, there could be the visualization be also there for the sensation, but it can be seen more in cough, or if we are giving food, or if the patient is aspirating. So at that moment only we can see, but in the fees we can see directly, we can choose the, without giving the food, if the patient is not aspirating and all, we can see the sensory aspects. So I will prefer fees more than VFSS.
Okay, okay. And what about the patient who doesn't have any kind of a secretions, who has a good motor component or a control, he doesn't have a secretions? What do you think, which test would be the better for the sensory testing?
I will still choose fees.
Okay, anyone else wants to say something?
So the basic difference is in fees you can test the sensory component without giving any food because you are using the scope to check the laryngeal adductor reflex. Versus in VFS, there is absolutely no way of checking the sensory component without food, because only when food touches will there be movement and reaction to the sensory component. So that's the vital difference. So anytime I want to check sensory component, it will always be fees, and that's why I think they've advanced and they've also have FEEST, which is the sensory testing. So always fees, yeah, sensory fees.
Right, right. But there are many professionals who are there. There might be the fees or a flexible endoscope may not be available in the hospital, or it might be with the doctor, and it may not be available when the patient has come. And you may go for the CM or a video fluoroscopy. As we have learned, doing a video fluoroscopy in a controlled way, like trying a 3 ml first, then the 5 ml, and then the 10 ml, and doing the recording. Definitely, on the initial testing, if the patient is having any kind of a sensory loss on the food, definitely we are talking about a patient who doesn't have any kind of audible secretions. In those cases, I think fluoroscopy also can be one of the test, not to check, but if it is observed, we can say, oh, there is a compromised sensory issue with respect to
the
small eye.
preferred test will be
Definitely, it's a fees. Yes, you are right. Moving on to the next question to Fareen. Which test is more appropriate for a patient with fluctuating swallow, such as those with the myasthenia gravis, or the patients who are post Guillain-Barré syndrome having a tracheostomy where there is a lot of fatigue over a day? What do you think? Which is the best test?
So in cases like these, I think, sir, fees will be a better test, because as we know, in fluctuating swallow or patient with fatigue, fatigue sets in on the muscle over time. In VFSS, we're going to, as the rule for VFSS is less radiation exposure, we cannot take it for a prolonged period of time. But if we do a phase, we can check the entire meal as well, and we can have the patient to eat, and we can see the multiple swallows. And if the fatigue sets in, we can also see post-fatigue effect also. So I think the better test, according to me, for this will be fees.
Yeah, right. In such cases, how frequently you would like to go for the definitely the fees is the answer for this, but how frequently you will go for in these cases, how frequently you will do the fees test? Imagine on the first evaluation the patient has failed the test, you have started your intervention minimal with respect to myasthenia gravis, in undergoing treatment, IVIG and everything has been over. So how frequently you will go for the test, fees test?
So I think this will completely depend on how the patient is improving with therapy. Sometimes we see along with therapy and oral trial, the patient is getting better and is able to complete a meal properly. I think the last step, then we can directly go for fees. Then I don't think in between fees testing is necessary.
Okay.
The question usually see a lot of difference in the patient over every week. So if there is a lot of significant difference, then it can be as early as every 15 days. But like you said, if we want to do a therapeutic phase, that too we can plan every 15 days. The earliest I think that I have done is 10 days.
10 days.
I don't think I've done anything lesser than 10 days. A repeated fee is lesser than 10 days.
Definitely. So she has mentioned about the observation of the patient is very much important. It doesn't mean that you are just doing a fees or a fluoroscopy will take you ahead, but day-to-day observation when you visit the patient is very much important. The clinical swallow, clinical trial, clinical observation, clinical management of secretion is very much important. These are the key points which will tell you when to test the patient and how to go ahead about with respect to therapy. Very good answer. Thank you. Okay, the question for Abigail. Which of the two can be better identify the fluoroscopy or a fees? Reason for a delayed pharyngeal swallow trigger and how?
I would actually say both. Because if we go for VFSS, then we can actually see through the bolus head where the swallow trigger is taking place, at which anatomical structure. So that will help with, VFSS will help with that. But fees can also help where, like ma'am had said earlier in one of the questions, where we see a premature spillage followed by a whiteout later. So both can sort of help in identifying pharyngeal swallow trigger, delayed pharyngeal trigger.
Right, right.
I will more of choose VFSS because of pharyngeal timings if we are taking for swallow trigger and all. Because in VFSS we see frame by frame everything, how the swallow is happening, and when the swallow trigger is happening, the resting position, hyolaryngeal elevation, everything we see more clear frame by frame in VFSS. So I'll more of choose VFSS than fees.
Okay. Nikita, anything to add?
Yeah, so like Abigail said, I think I second that both the tests are competent enough. it is the clinician's comfort and the clinician's expertise that the clinician can decide whether VFS or fees. So like Kumel said, maybe he is more confident on a VFS. So he is able to diagnose the delayed trigger more accurately frame by frame on a VFS. But let's say I am more comfortable and confident on a fees, then I can do it on a fees. So both are okay.
Yeah, definitely both the tests will be helpful. I would like to add one more point on this. If you are doing your video fluoroscopy and if you are scared about having too much of radiation exposure, remember, you and your technician should have a good rapport about when to start and when to stop recording. Okay? If the patient is taking a long time to chew the bolus, you have seen the patient before clinically. We don't take directly patient for the video fluoroscopy, right? So you have seen the patient clinically first. You know the whatever the swallow duration or anything is there, and you can take the best decision when to start the recording and when to stop the recording. That will help you to have a better delay in pharyngeal swallow, to have a look on it, and it will reduce down the radiation exposure also. Yeah. Next one. Question for all. Which test is more sensitive for detecting trace aspiration and why? The trace.
I would think fees is a better option, because in fees we can see the tissues, the whole anatomical structure, so we can see the mucosa, and then with our dye that we use, identifying the trace is a little easier as opposed to the black and white scale on VFSS. But I think ma'am can.
I would like to say, like, as Abby says that fees, but I would be prefer more VFSs only, as we see more barium traces in VFSs where we can see the traces easily and the pulling is there, or it's in the oropharynx, or it's in the pharyngeal wall. The more traces which I feel I see in the VFSs better.
Okay.
I think both tests, as they have been mentioning, are equally competent. But in my experience, I would choose fees because I will be able to see it more on the tissue and visualizes better.
Okay. 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 Fees, fluoroscopy, both can be used. Yeah. You were saying something?
I think for only this point, even till date, after all the advantages of fees, VFS is still gold standard because trace aspiration, micro aspiration can be detected. So any trace or micro aspiration, it's definitely VFS.
Exactly, exactly. It's like 51 and 49 kind of a thing situation, where the fluoroscopy will go ahead with 51 and fees with the 49. One interesting question I would like to ask all of you: what about using a barium for the fees test?
Barium can be used for fees test, definitely. It's common. It was actually initiated when research used both VFS and fees simultaneously. And I think ever since it was understood that it is a great contrast for fees as well. And I think it is a very high density substance, so it really layers the tissues after the swallow is done also very well. So to understand pooling, to understand where the food has touched and gone, even in a fees test, it's very useful. But I personally don't use barium.
Okay. Are you aware about the barium powder which comes, which has a better composition compared to the liquid or a thick barium? So if you use any kind of a powder barium in the fluoroscopy test, it will give you a better coating and it will show you a better any trace or aspiration trace better way. So always remember, if you have a barium powder along with it in your setting, try to use powder also at times. We'll move on to the next question. In terms of biofeedback, which tool is more effective for the patient education? Why?
In terms of biofeedback, I feel more fees would be much more better, where we can explain the patient because of direct visualization. We can say the vocal fold movement, the epiglottic movement, and each everything. I feel because of VFSs, where we are seeing the black and white flame, instead of that, we can say for the more of fees, where we can explain very well for the biofeedback.
That's right. According to me, anyone wants to add something?
Yeah, I think here we can agree, Kumail and I can agree on this. When patients come to us after we do the testing, they really want to know what's going on. And explaining everything to them on a face video as compared to a VFSS video is a little easier for them to understand their own anatomy and to figure out where secretions may be, where pooling might be. So that understanding works better with fees than with VFSS for patient knowledge in that sense.
Definitely, I would like to add one more point. If your patient is not able to understand while you are doing the fees, you can reinsert the scope and teach him, first thing. Second thing, biofeedback doesn't mean that while doing the test. If you have a video fluoroscopy video, you can teach the patient, you can show him, oh, this is happening. Now you have to do this way. And when you will do the barium or any kind of a test, next time you can do that. So again, 49.51, fees is 51 and fluoroscopy is 49. Thank you. Next one, how does the presence of tracheostomy tube affect the choice between the fees and fluoroscopy for the Kumal?
So the presence of tracheostomy tube, if based on the similarity, based on the visualization, as we are, I explained in my presentation as well, more of like we can do fees more time than the radiation and VFSS if we are doing it. So I'll choose fees than VFSS because of if we can try like cuff inflated and deflation trials or as well as on fees while doing the fees. More of in VFSS, we cannot try that much of time. We can just do basic solo assessment. But in fees, we can see much more with the speaking valve as well. By before decannulation, if we are capping as well. So more of fees can be done.
Okay, one question. Yeah, please.
Also, on the face, you'll be able to see the vocal cord movements much better than VFSS. So I feel with the tracheostomy tube, we must go for fees.
Okay. So the question to Farin and Kumal both. Imagine the patient has a tracheostomy tube. Patient closes the stoma and speaks. Voice is clear. There is no vocal cord palsy. Which test still you will do?
We can still go with fees, I feel.
You will not do fluoroscopy?
No, because if the patient vocal cord movement is better, there can be still chances of silent aspiration which cannot be seen.
It can be seen in fluoroscopy.
Yeah, it can be seen, but it, as you say, 49, 51. Both the tests are better, but if we want to see for multiple of the time, I will prefer fees.
Okay. Anything to add?
Good voice does not mean no palsy.
Yes.
It could be a
Yes.
paramedian palsy.
Right.
So still fees. And tracheostomy tubes, long-term insertions have a very high association with vocal fold palsies. So he may be momentarily be able to close and voice, but then if we avoid a fees and go for a VFS, we just skip the finding of a palsy, and then if we decannulate, the patient can go into respiratory difficulties.
Also about the granulation tissues, there can be present in the supraglottic. So for that purpose also it can be helpful. Interesting question. How does each tool differ in its ability to assess the contribution of the base of tongue retraction versus posterior pharyngeal wall movement? You can see the base of tongue and you can see the pharyngeal wall movement. Yeah, you can see, na? Yeah.
So again, I'm going to talk about fees. In fees, it's easier to see the base of tongue movement. We can see the pharyngeal wall movement, but it is better seen on the lateral view on a VFSS. On a VFSS, both are seen very well, but on fees, I think base of tongue is seen as a little better than posterior pharyngeal wall movement.
I think for me, VFSS will be easier to see both these movements because maybe I personally can visualize and understand these movements better on a VFSS than a fees.
Right. The lateral view would be better where you can actually locate and you can do it. Where in the fees, I think you require a quite good amount of training to see both the movements at a one go. Definitely on the video you can see. Again, 50-50% I would say. Both the test will be helpful.
I think in VFS we can actually measure the thickness,
Yes.
which cannot be done in fees. So I think VFS does have a slightly upper because the pharyngeal wall thickness movement and also the BOT movement can be checked with empirical numbers,
Measurements, yeah.
which cannot be done in fees.
Okay. What I feel with respect to the base of tongue movement, the fees would be the better. And for the posterior pharyngeal wall movement, the video fluoroscopy is better. Do you know about the digital swallow station? Where you can do the fluoroscopy and fees together. The timing for the both the tests will be combined in the software and it will be measured and it will be done. So actually you can see on the both the test running both together, it can be done. Or if your team is very supportive, the radiology and your ENT or whatever SLP team, you can do the fees while doing the fluoroscopy also. So if you don't have a digital swallow station, that's okay. You can do both the things together and you can see both these things. Okay. Maybe a last question. No, second last question. How does the ability to perform a sensory tap or observe the laryngeal adductor reflex during fees change your treatment plan compared to a video fluoroscopy? So if you are doing a you are doing a fees, you have done the sensory test, your treatment plan will change or not?
So if I've done a phase and the LR is absent, first I would think to hold off the oral trials first. I would work on the sensory component first. That is, I would go with the indirect therapy and then I will gradually start with the oral trial.
Perfect, perfect. Anyone to add anything?
Agreed.
Agree. Okay. The last question. Does the barium effect lead to a overdiagnosis or a underdiagnosis of dysphagia compared to the dye or real food used in the fees test?
No. No, it does not. It's usually when the barium composition is more, that is the contrast is excessively more, then the trace becomes very, very thick and you can't really identify whether there's pooling or whether there's residue properly. But there are very particular standards of mixture that are already, given, where there is a certain amount of barium to be mixed with a certain amount of food, depending on what the food is, to avoid the barium effect so that we don't see overexposure of barium.
That's right. And with respect to taste also, there are now strawberry flavor bariums are coming, which can be used, which will give a patient a pleasant feeling of while doing the test or having a swallow. Okay, so with this, we end our panel discussion. Thank you to all of you. And it was a good talk, presentation. Any questions? Anyone with respect to presentations, video fluoroscopy, fees? Yes. With respect to TNE, huh?
TNE? TNE is transnasal endoscopy. So it's basically done to view the esophagus, but that is generally done through the mouth, which is OGD scopy, which is done by gastroenterologists. TNE is done by ENTs, where they insert the scope through the nose, just like it is done in fees, but then they go all the way down through the esophagus up to the stomach. And it is done in this way to observe the swallowing, the conventional swallowing physiology, which is seen on fees, along with the esophageal phase, which is usually missed on fees. That is why it's done.
It is mainly used for the esophageal things, the esophageal phase. Yeah, below the piriform fossa, and predominantly used in the patients with the ulcers and the growth in the esophageal stage for the early diagnosis of the cancer. Yes. Yeah. Definitely. Right, right. That is also one of the thing. But for your patient, you can do a one free test, what I always feel. Yes. Anyone else? Okay, so thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to all the program and the scientific chair, to Aarti ma'am, to all teachers, to all colleagues, to all our friends, junior, seniors. Thank you for the opportunity and we are very happy. Always remember, speak about dysphagia, bolo dysphagia, and you can connect with us with respect to bolo dysphagia on Instagram or WhatsApp. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I think, yeah, this was a very wonderful panel discussion and presentation by all these accomplished people. I request Aarti ma'am to please felicitate the moderator, Ms. Nikita Kirane, as well as her panelist, Mr. Bhushan Jirgare. Ms. Nikita Kirane, photo खींच screen, sorry, hold on. Mr. Bhushan Jirgare. Ms. Fareen Khoja. Mr. Kumel Sheikh. Miss Abigail Mariam. Okay, few instructions. I request these panelists and moderator Ms. Rachna Panikar to please come on the stage to receive the felicitation.
Ms. Kuhu Kulkarni. Ms. Madhuri Bogade will be in the audio session right now, but we'll hand over her memento to her. And Ms. Neha Kulkarni Sardesai. It was a lovely session, very cohesive, very enlightening. Thank you. Sneha Kulkarni. Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to inform everyone that high tea is served outside, so please make sure you have it. And also, in case you have not signed for the afternoon attendance, please make sure you sign because it will be sent to RCI and you will get your points based on that. So please make sure you sign. Thank you.